Welcome everyone to the Town of Fairfax Planning Commission meeting today, March 24. We are via teleconference only still, as you know, due to the declared state of emergency and to ensure the health and safety of the public by limiting human contact that could still spread COVID-19 virus. And pursuant to AB 361 and Fairfax Town Council Resolution number 21-40, this meeting will be held via teleconference only. There will be no in-person meeting location. The public can participate in the meeting in real time as follows. Go to the link at https:// the 3 www.town-of-fairfax.org/watch-live-2/. Or you can go to https://cmcm.tv or cmcm.tv/27. For Zoom, you can click on the link https://web.zoom.us//84270521962. For a Zoom telephone call, you can dial 1-669-900-6833 or 1-346-248-7799. The web ID number is 842-7052-1962. Members of the public may provide public comment during the meeting using one of the following options. On Zoom, select the raise hand function during the public comment time, and you will be unmuted when it is your turn to talk. If you are calling in by phone, press *9 during the public comment time to raise your hand and *6 to be unmuted to speak. Prior to 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting, members of the public may submit written comments to the Planning Commission. If comments are received after the circulation of the Commission meeting packet, but prior to the meeting, they will be sent to the Planning Commission and will be a part of the meeting record, but will not be read out loud. Can we have the call to order, please? Oh, well, this is a call to order. I don't have my little gavel. Roll call.
Okay. Jansen?
Aye.
Kelly?
Here.
Kelly?
Aye.
Newton?
Here.
Swift?
Here.
Green is absent, and Chair Fregoso.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Approval of the agenda is the next item. Actually, I'm sorry, Linda, you were going to say something?
Hang on. Is approval of the agenda the next item? We've had a request from one of the applicants.
What type of request?
Item number 4, 7 Forest Terrace, is wondering if the commission would be willing to move them to item number 2 before the short-term rental item.
How does the commission feel about that?
I think that makes a lot of sense. And with that request, I will move to approve the agenda with item 4 moved to become the new item 3 and item 3 moved down to be the new item 4.
Also, we are continuing the Senate Bill 9, which would be item 1 on consent calendar until the April 8, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. With that friendly amendment, do we have a second on the rearranging of the agenda?
Well,
Second.
do we need to make a motion to move the
I'm sorry, I thought your motion.
moving? I was moving to approve the agenda. I just am questioning whether we should continue item 1 as part of the approval of the agenda, or should we just approve the agenda with the switcheroo between 4 and 3, and then when we get to the consent calendar, have a motion to continue that? I don't know.
My suggestion would be that we, on the approval of agenda, approve the consent calendar being continued as well. Linda, does that sound okay to you?
Sounds okay to me.
I
I don't know.
interpreted it as a friendly amendment to Commissioner Newton's rearrangement of the agenda, if that is okay.
Yeah,
Linda,
I think that's fine because the agenda says it's being continued. So you're approving the agenda as proposed.
Linda, can I ask a question on that?
Okay.
Item 1, why would that be under consent? Is it under consent just because it's asking to be continued?
No, we're not asking to continue it. We're saying it has to be continued. It's not, there's no opportunity for that because the attorney's not available to.
Right, I just didn't understand it being under consent versus
Under
being
consent,
the
it doesn't.
agenda.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be under consent. It could be anywhere on the agenda.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So we have a first, and is the second amenable then to also continuing the
Second,
Senate Bill 9? Okay, let's take a roll call on that, Linda.
Okay. Jansen,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Newton,
Aye.
Swift,
aye.
Chair Fagoso.
Aye. Motion carries. Meeting protocol. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the commission, must do so by email or in person via Zoom in the manner described above. Presentations will be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the commission chair. And of course, you can Zoom in and raise your hand, or you can call in and ask to speak at public comment period, which is prior to the public hearing items. All interested persons are invited to participate in public hearings in order to give all interested persons an opportunity to be heard and to ensure the presentation of all points of view. Members of the audience should, 1, limit your presentations to 3 minutes, 2, provide their comments by email as described above, 3, state views and concerns succinctly as possible, and 4, submit any new documents to the Planning Commission first via email to be entered into the record. So before we start the public hearing items, we do have a public comment period, which, by the way, well, it is on the agenda. Is there anyone in the audience, in our Zoom audience or phone audience, who has a comment regarding an item that is not on this evening's agenda? Please raise your hand and our tech will call on you.
Just a quick reminder that the raise hand function should be in the bottom center of your Zoom window. And Chair Fragosa, I do not see any hands at this time.
Thank you, Tamala. Let us move forward then with item number 1, public hearing item regarding 114 Forest Avenue, application number 2022-4, request for a preferential parking permit, tree removal permit, and front setback and minimum and combined side yard setback variances to construct 2 parking spaces and relocate the front entry stairs for an existing 3-bedroom single-family residence that currently has no parking within the Forest Avenue right-of-way. Application number 002-191-17, residential single-family zone 6. Seth and Kelly Arenston are the applicant and owners. Can we have the staff report, please, Linda?
Chair, before we continue, sorry for interrupting. I'm going to excuse myself because of the proximity of the property, so I will leave the meeting.
Okay, that's fine. Linda, does that still give us a quorum to take action on this item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you then. The staff report, please.
Okay. So the project encompasses the construction of a narrow parking deck measuring 9 feet to 14 feet in width by 44 feet in length, running parallel to the Forest Avenue improved roadway. The deck will provide 2 9-foot by 22-foot parking spaces in compliance with the minimum size required for spaces that are parallel to the road. 2 valley oaks and 1 bay tree will need to be removed to facilitate the construction. The front entry stairway will also have to be relocated to run north-south along 15 feet of the east side of the property line, where it will provide access from the parking deck down to the front yard. This stairway will be located within the minimum and combined side yard setbacks due to the narrow 50-foot width and the steep 31% slope of the site. It will also be located in the front yard setback. So the project requires the approval of a preferential parking permit, tree removal permit, and front setback and minimum and combined side yard setback variances by the commission. The preferential parking privilege for newly created parking spaces, chapter of the town code, was adopted in December of 1994, 3 years after the 1991 Oakland Hills fire, when the council determined that it would be in the public interest to reduce the planning fees and make going through the planning review process less onerous for projects to create new off-street parking. The hope was that the adoption of the ordinance would encourage property owners to create additional parking, even if the creation would require the use of a portion of the public right-of-way and or would be expensive to build. So the ordinance exempts preferential parking permits projects from having to obtain variances for the parking itself and they don't have to obtain encroachment permits. And the staff is allowed only to require that information necessary to determine the location, public benefit, and impacts of the parking. You know, when they get to the building, if approved, you know, if you validate, the planning director, in this case me, I'm the only one left here, I approved it. If you validate that this parking will be a public benefit, the applicants will have to create construction drawings, which will be reviewed by the plan checkers. They have engineers, they look at all the details of the construction of, so it's not like this is the final set of drawings for this project.
Good to know.
So the code requires that the application, once accepted by the staff, is complete and approved by the planning director or other staff person designated to act for the director, that it go on to the planning commission, and all you need to do is make the determination that the creation of the proposed parking is in the public interest and to grant the preferential parking permit. So they do require setback variances, front, minimum side, and combined side for the access stairway. The site is very narrow. It's 50 feet wide, and the slope is 31%. And it's a further, the front setback is further warranted because the roadway is not developed to the full 40 width of the Forest Avenue right-of-way easement. So there's, quite a distance between the edge of the paved road and the property line, and they have to get stairs down from the right-of-way down into their front yard. So we believe the findings can be made to support all the requested variances for the stairway. The project will also require the removal of 2 oak trees in one bay to accommodate the new parking deck and new entry stairway. The Fairfax Tree Committee reviewed the requested tree removals at their December 21st, 2020 meeting, and they recommended that the Planning Commission approve the requested removal permit, subject to the condition that protection measures be implemented prior to the start of construction to maintain the health of the remaining trees on the site. So staff has included the following condition in the attached resolution. The project arborist shall provide an addendum to his December 3rd, 2020 report, recommending protection mitigation measures and including an inspection schedule with an inspection of the site to verify that the recommended mitigation measures are in place prior to the start of construction, an assessment of the health of the trees near the new construction after the project is completed, and submittal of a letter documenting his findings during the 2 inspections to the town prior to the final inspection of the parking deck. Staff has performed a site visit and has determined that the construction of the new parking and the reorientation of the front access stairway will not eliminate any on-street parking spaces currently used by the public. The Ross Valley Fire Department and the Fairfax Police Department have all reviewed the plans and have determined that the parking spaces and relocated access stairway can be constructed without compromising the safety of pedestrians or vehicles using the right-of-way. And therefore, we're recommending that you approve the project by adopting resolution number 2022-06, which sets forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval. And that would conclude our report.
Thank you, Linda. Are there any questions of staff by commissioners?
Oh, I forgot to mention that you received 5 letters of support for the project from neighbors, which I emailed to you. None of them came in time to be in the packet, but
I did receive all of those emails. I'm pretty sure the other commissioners did as well. Please let us know if you have not received them. And thank you for your staff report. Any questions by commissioners, clarifying questions on the staff report?
Commissioner Swift has her hand raised.
Yes, Commissioner Swift.
And I had a question, page 4 of the staff report, under the tree removal permit, discusses a condition staff has included in the resolution 2022-07, which I think should be 06.
yeah.
I didn't see that.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
I didn't see that in the reso. So I just wanted to make mention of that.
It's not in there. It was intended to be. So
Right.
we'll
So
add-
we could just a note on that for when we get to discussing the reso.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Swift, can you clarify that? Are you saying that the arborist section was not included in the reso?
Yes, I left it out. I talked
Okay.
about putting it in and I did not get it in there. So
Okay. And then anything else, Commissioner Swift?
No.
Any other commissioner comments or questions? Not hearing any. Linda, I have the same question regarding the Ross Valley Fire Department's requirements. Are those fully incorporated into the reso?
I
On
will
page
check.
5 of the staff report. Public Works.
Possible that they are not in there. but-
Revocable encroachment permit. I don't see, during, I'll
Yeah, it looks like I missed those too, so.
let's incorporate those, since, as you said, we do not in fact have the construction drawings at this time for that roadway. It's very important that clause be included, and furthermore, that we include the appropriate reviews and pre and during construction reviews and approvals of the footings, the siding,
Yeah, so we'll add the
the
arborist,
foundations.
we'll add the arborist requirement as condition 15, and then the fire department conditions as number 16.
And do we have, Linda, does the fire department or does our engineer and building official review all the plans, all the final plans to be submitted regarding the construction? I did.
Yes, the fire department, when they come in to submit for their building permit, we stamp 5 sets of plans, and they have to take them to fire so that we make sure they have the same set of plans that we get. And the fire department reviews it, the building official looks at them, and he often sends them out when they have engineering to Coastland Engineering, which has a big staff of plan checkers, engineers. They check everything also.
So the engineering team are the ones who would review the plans and the footings and the siding of it. That is the engineering team who does that at every step along the way. Is that included in our resolution? Prior to it, the applicant shall provide public
That's
work.
just the process. So, I mean, if you're worried that staff is going to forget to send the plans, I mean, they have to submit to the building department, and that's the building department's process. You know what I'm
to
saying?
do the inspections along the way.
They review the plans, they route them to fire, they route them to the Coastland Engineering that does our plan checks. And then when everyone gets back that they're okay with the plans, then they issue the building permit. So the construction can't start until everyone is signed off on them.
My question is, during construction,
Yes,
who ensures during construction?
the building official.
Okay,
Yeah, they have to go out before they dig, they have to go out when they've dug, they have to go out when the rebar's in, before they pour concrete, and the engineer has to be on site. So there's set inspection schedules when they have to go out. Yeah.
okay, that's fine. I did not see that.
Well, we don't,
It's a part of the, I understand what you're
I mean,
saying. I just want to
yeah.
show, it does say conditions of approval, the building official shall review and approve the entire body of information, including reports, construction drawings, prior to issuance.
Yeah, and he, I don't know how to describe this. He, if something came in like for some 12-foot fence that he didn't think needed to go to the engineer, he wouldn't send it to the engineer. He'd plan check it himself. He has a construction knowledge, right? But something like this would always go to the plan checker, but that's a call that's made by the building official. Sometimes we will include for really tricky projects, like if there's a roadway extension, staff will include in your resolution, right? That we want if the town engineer has a lot of concerns at the preliminary stage,
Right.
we'll say that this has to be reviewed by the town engineer who reviewed it prior to the planning commission. This is not the case with this project.
Right. Okay.
Parking decks are Yeah, they're not like a brand new house on a slide area.
That's true.
A little bit
Although
different.
it is right on that roadway. Though I do see in section 9 of our reso, page 4, that during the construction process, the engineer shall be on site during the grading process prior to installation. So I am happy with that. Thank you. Shall we hear from the applicants then, if there are no other commissioner questions?
Commissioner Kelly has his hand raised.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Just a quick question, Linda, about the side yard setback. Is this project in a WUI zone?
Let me check my WUI map. I believe it is.
I think not. Oh, okay.
No, I think it is. You know, everything in Fairfax is in a WUI zone except for the downtown areas by the creeks. So it is in a WUI zone.
Okay, so I think that means that that the stair would have to be constructed of fire resistant materials.
I believe
think
you are
that's
correct.
true?
Yeah, I believe you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm concerned again about us allowing building right next to existing structures, and particularly an old garage, and with regard to fire spread. So I just wanted to bring that up just to clarify what the construction methods are going to be required, materials are going to be required for that stair. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the fire department does take another stab at these, you know, and they can, you know, when they review the construction drawings, if they're concerned about the material that the stairs are made out of, they still have the authority to require it to be, you know, something that's fire resistant. Yeah.
I think this is a question I'll probably ask the applicant, Linda, but is there any reason that you have seen in their application that the stair couldn't be in the center of their site, for instance, on that front setback?
I just think, so right now the stairway takes off from that side already, but it kind of goes at a diagonal down into the yard, right? And I guess it could be in the middle of the yard, but I think it would be a kind of a extensive wooden stairway. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be following the grade. It couldn't follow the grade. It would be a elevated stairway with, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, thank you.
It would also come and cut right into the middle of that wooden deck if it were moved to the center, which could be problematic.
Yeah. I think that's a good question for the applicant. I know that right now the stairway comes off from the side and then it meets up with a like a rock stairway further down on the site. But it seems that the elevation from the road down to the front yard, I think it would be quite an extensive wooden structure, maybe with a landing.
Several landings.
And they're going to have to do that to come down the side also, but yeah. So anyway, it's just my opinion that, when you have it in the middle of the parking deck, cars can block it, and that could be problematic too. And the fire department reviewed this and they didn't feel that it was an issue enough to say, hey, we can't support this design. You know what I mean? They were okay with it.
Commissioner Kelly, why don't you ask the applicant that question, and we can go to the applicant now unless there are other questions for staff by commissioners. Seth or Kelly Arnston, are you available, or your
Yep, we are here.
architect? Okay,
How are you this evening?
good. Nice to see you. What can you clarify something about the question of the stairway?
I mean, I guess it was approved by the fire department, which is probably the one who'd be most concerned about it. So I guess I'm not sure what to say. I don't think it would work just with the pitch of our lot to put it in the middle. The only other,
Because it would be too steep. Like if you did it in the middle, it'd be too steep to try to do stairs in the middle down to our front door. Like there's not enough distance to do it.
and our architect has spent a fair amount of time kind of measuring with the pitch and the amount of distance we have.
Right.
And that's the solution he came up with.
It seems a straightforward way to go. Any other comments? I see you've had several letters of support from the community.
Yeah, I think our neighbors are sick of us taking all the parking spots on Forest Avenue.
And also we have 3 children, 3 boys. So in order to unload like bags and bags of groceries or Costco or get them out of the car from school, we have to stop in front of our house and block Forest Avenue. And I have to unload all the groceries onto the top stairway and block the street currently. Or if they're getting out or getting in the car, like I have to stop and block traffic. And then it's a whole dance. If a car comes from either side, you got to figure out reversing or moving forward. It's an absolute nightmare, really.
It's a very difficult street. I have to admit, I have no friends who live up in those areas because I could never get to their houses. It's just too scary. It's just too scary to drive there. And so we appreciate you're going to the expense of developing these parking spaces. At first, I wondered if it would be what would happen in the situation of fire or evacuations, but then realized that in fact, it really helps to have these spaces because it could even be used as a turnaround, I believe, for a fire truck, if need be. Any other comments from the owners?
I don't believe I have a whole lot more than this would mean a lot to our family as far as just our ease of life. And it's just, I think it's going to alleviate a lot of, like Kelly said, the challenges with getting by in our little section of the street and to open things up and make it for us open up. Right.
Do commissioners have any questions of the applicant? I don't see, Tamala, do you see any hands up?
There are some other residents, or excuse me, some other guests who have their hands raised.
All right, let's go to them. Not seeing any commissioner hands raised. We can always come back to the commission.
The first will be Joseph. Joseph had his hand raised for a while. Joseph, you can unmute yourself and tell us.
Yes, hi, good evening. This is Joe Ball. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Loud and
great.
clear.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Joe Ball. I live immediately to the south, I guess, or east of the Arnstons at 110 Forest Avenue. And Marjan and I, my wife, totally support this project. And it's our garage that was mentioned, but we're not concerned if the fire department thinks that it's doable. We support that. And yeah, they have nothing but our support, and I think it would be, totally beneficial for the neighborhood to have this extra parking.
Terrific. Thank you for coming forward tonight. We appreciate it.
And Forest Avenue resident, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for being here tonight.
Well, thank you.
So I'm also a Forest Ave resident. We live right down the street from Seth and Kelly, and we are giving our total support for the project. We feel like it will completely alleviate, a lot of the congestion that happens in this section of the street. And it's true. Seth and Kelly have 3 boys. They have to park so far down the street. And the kids often have to they'll run to the house by themselves while Kelly is grabbing bags and people zoom around that corner. And so I just think it would be a safety issue for them not to have this parking. Especially like what Kelly was saying, having to park right in front of the house to unload groceries. You know, if there were a fire, you know, it's no one's fault to have a car in the street. We all, you know, have to do it. But just having somewhere where they can pull their car into right in front of the house, I think would just help. Just like I am coming at it from a safety standpoint, that I think
Right.
makes sense. We were also, you know, on the street, the Firewise team kind of looked at an evacuation strategy, and it just seems like the more off-street parking, the better in terms of all the people that are going to be traveling down Forest Avenue. If there were to be an evacuation, having fewer cars kind of like tucked in these like non-existent parking spaces, it sounds like is the safest route.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate your coming out.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Thank
And
you.
we have one more hand raised. Michael, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, I just wanted to echo in with all the other neighbors in terms of supporting the project. I've seen the Seth and Kelly and their kids have to deal with the troubles of parking, you know, almost in San Anselmo. And wanted to just throw out the possibility of, if there is any sort of grant money that the town is able to get for fire safety or anything like that, maybe they would participate in some of the expense, because it would definitely be a benefit for the town as well to improve any bit of that public right of way.
Right, right. We understand. Again, thank you. Thank you for coming out to express your support. It is a serious issue throughout Fairfax, and this does seem like a good solution. Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments that you see, Tamala?
I do not see any more hands raised at this time.
Okay. If we don't have any, we will close the public hearing then. Thank you all for coming out, expressing your support, and bring it back to the commission for any clarifications, questions, or if anyone might be ready to make a motion.
I will, nobody else has anything to add. I will point out, I think there's one typo. One typo. Oh my God, Linda, one typo. Paragraph 8 on page 3 of the resolution has, maybe it's, it has A, B, C, D, A subparagraphs. And I think that needs to be A, B, C, D, E.
Oh, yes.
Good catch.
Yep.
So with the addition of condition 15 and condition 16 and the changing the second 8A to 8E, I will make a motion.
Could you just clarify the added conditions 15 and 16? 15, the first would be adding the arborist
right.
comment, and the second would be the Ross Valley Fire Department's requirements as well. Thank you.
And so I would move to approve with those changes. Oh, Cindy, do you have something before I make my motion? Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just about the reso. I was just going to ask if what we're identifying as an additional condition number 15, which is the arborist report, if that would be better placed after number 6. Since it's talking about a condition coming before the building permit is issued versus at the end of the reso.
Commissioner Newton, it is your motion.
You know, I hate to make Linda have to renumber everything. I think as long as it's in there, it's good. But Linda, if you disagree and want to stick it in under number 6, let me know. Does it matter? I think it's, as long as it's in there, it's.
I can move it, but since I'm obviously having a hard time with the way things are here at Town Hall, getting the conditions that I have in the staff report in the resolution, I can't guarantee I can do it. No, I can do it.
Okay.
Stretched a little thin down here, but that's
You're a trooper, Linda.
Okay. Let me start over again then. So with the addition of the condition regarding the arborist report at
becoming number 6, right?
I think Commissioner Swift said after number 6. So
Okay,
it would be the
becoming the new
number
number
7.
Okay, so it'll be number 7.
Renumbering everything else accordingly and adding a new condition 16 to reflect the Ross Valley Fire Department requirements and correcting the subparagraph 8
yes
letters. Okay.
And the number of the reso as well.
Well, the
In the
number
staff
There was a reference.
Yeah, that was a correction to the staff report, and I got.
That's right.
I
The
got that.
reso is correct.
Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to move to approve resolution number 2022-06, a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving a preferential parking permit, a tree removal permit, and front minimum side and combined side yard setback variances for the construction of a parking deck and relocated front entry stairway for the property at 114 Forest Avenue.
And Commissioner Swift, was that a second that you were trying to make on the motion?
No, I wasn't before, but I will now. I second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Kelly,
Aye.
Newton,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Fregoso.
Aye. The motion carries. Good luck with your parking spaces and stairs. There is, of course, a 10-day appeal period, and which can be filed with the town clerk at a cost of, I believe, $650. Should anyone disagree with your idea, but it sounds like a very sound way to proceed. The motion carries. Good luck with your project. You do, there is that 10-day appeal period for you. And thank you for doing this. I know it's a good amount of work and a significant cost. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that the town has resources that could be made available at this time. Things are really tight all around. But it's a great improvement. Thank you. So that being approved, we will then move to our next Forest Terrace project, 7 Forest Terrace, item number 2, and we'll do the short-term rental ordinance afterwards. Can we have the staff report,
Yes.
please, Linda?
So this project encompasses the construction of an approximately 40-foot long retaining wall that varies from 2 feet to 11 feet in height to create a 9-foot by 22-foot parking space and installation of an inclined lift up the north side property line, providing access to the rear of the residence. Also included in the project is a minor modification of the front entry stairway to create a level landing for loading the inclined lift car. Okay, now this is where it's going to get confusing. So the project requires the removal of 2 oak trees, and the applicant actually went to the tree committee to get the recommendation for the removal, and the tree committee recommended that you approve the trees be removed, right? And then PG&E came along, and before that we could get this on an agenda, they cut down 2 of the trees. And I know
The
that
same 2 in question?
yes, the same 2 that okay. And so I included approval of the tree removal permit just because I was thinking of the house on Canyon where the guy did cut down all the trees without a permit. And I just thought that we should have a paper trail, right? That shows that you guys did acknowledge approving the removal of the trees, even though PG&E, threw a monkey wrench in everything and took them down before this meeting. If anyone comes back later on to look at the process 10 years from now, it'll be in the record. But, if you guys want to remove that part of since the trees are already gone, I'm okay with that. So anyway, that's the tree issue. And the project also requires the approval of a preferential parking permit. You can decide whether you want to include the tree removal permit and a front setback, combined front rear setback, minimum side yard, and combined side yard setback variances. I realized that I forgot to put in the staff report that both the fire department and the police department have reviewed this project and have determined that the parking can be built without creating any kind of unusual, dangerous situations on Forest Terrace. But they both those groups looked at the plans. The proposed parking space parallel to Forest Terrace is similar in design to many other parking spaces on upsloping properties along Forest Avenue, immediately adjacent to Forest Terrace and throughout the hillsides of town. The project has been designed in accordance with accepted engineering principles and meets the intent of the preferential parking permit process. Oh, I did say that the public work, that fire and police have reviewed it. Okay. Your own ordinances and your general plan say that in the hillsides, we need to minimize excavation. We have landslide prone areas. And so this parking actually minimizes this type of parking, minimizes the disturbance to the hillsides. And in a situation where you already have an existing house, it kind of is the least invasive way to provide parking. So because of this lot's also narrow and it has a steep slope and it has a beautiful, rock wall lined entry stairway that goes up to provide entry to the lower floor of the house, which is the bedroom area. And then it goes up around the back to provide access to the main access to the house, the main living level. And so the lift is being requested by the applicant who, needs it to negotiate same kind of situation with that other house where all the groceries, anything that goes in and out of the house, including her, has to go up these 95 stairs, to
I
get
can imagine.
And I put in the staff report, it's 85 if you go through the bedroom floor, because the stairs inside, there's a couple fewer than going up around the outside. And so the arborist report, actually, she's trying to retain 2 more oak trees that are adjacent to where this lift is going to go in. And it looks like she can probably do it. But the arborist, we included a condition that the arborist, how did I say that? We added 2 conditions in the resolution. Yeah, okay.
15 and 16.
Yeah, 15 and 16. I'll read them right now. Sorry, I'm losing track of what I'm doing here.
Page 5 of the reso.
Yeah, prior to issuance of the building permit, the project arborist shall do further investigation to determine if tree number 1, a coast live oak, can be retained. If the arborist determines there's no way to retain the tree and provides a written explanation to the town, which is approved by the town arborist at the applicant's expense, tree number 1 may be removed. And then the project arborist shall be on site during the excavation within 10 feet of tree number 2, and excavation shall be done by hand to expose and preserve as many roots 1 inch or larger in diameter as possible. And I wanted to add this to the end of this sentence, and to ensure that the tree protection measures recommended in the April 6th, 2021 arborist report are implemented prior to the start of construction. So I want him to also verify that his mitigation measures are in place. Okay, so anyway, we're recommending that you do approve this project by adopting the resolution 2022-07 that sets forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval. It's the same kind of condition, same kind of situation where I believe that getting the car off the street is really going to benefit the whole neighborhood. Forest Terrace parking's almost worse than on Forest Avenue.
Hmm.
So that would conclude our report.
And I see you also have requirements during construction in the resolution for the engineer to be on site, the building inspector, the police department, and fire. So that's good. Any questions? Thank you for that staff report. Any questions of staff by the Planning Commission?
We have quite a few lined up, and we'll start with Commissioner Swift.
Please go right ahead.
So I noticed the findings in the staff report
Oh, thank you.
were different.
Yeah, I didn't mean for those to be findings, and I forgot to change that in my staff report. I also wanted to change, I actually put this up on my screen, but the way the last paragraph on page four should read is we have included these findings in the attached resolution 2027. A brief discussion of each of the required findings by staff follows each finding. So I wasn't intending to mirror the findings that were in the resolution in the staff report. I just miswrote that sentence.
Okay.
So I'll make that change to the staff report.
And let's see, what else did I have? The Ross Valley Fire Department, I assume, reviewed the application.
Yes.
The staff report references the Forest Ave application and not this one in that section.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
What was that?
So
Doing the resolution?
the staff report, page 6.
Mhm. Oh, yeah, I see it because it said Forest Terrace. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
It says Forest Avenue,
Yeah.
not Forest Terrace. So
Yeah.
I'm
I
assuming
learned,
that
I learned something from this process. I thought it was gonna be easier to have two staff reports on the same thing, but I think I could do it, but not when the two streets are that similar. So thank you for catching that. I'll change
so the
that.
assumption, the assumption is that
I'm sorry, I
did-
don't, but can you repeat that, Cindy? I'm not following what
So
you're talking about.
page 6 of the staff report,
Yeah,
under Ross Valley Fire Department,
yeah.
it says that their comments are summarized below, and the second line
Okay,
refers to Forest Avenue, not this application. So my question
right.
was, I'm assuming they reviewed this application
They
and
did.
that the same
Yes.
requirements would apply to the Forest Terrace one.
Their
Yeah.
comments were identical on both of them. Yeah.
And then owls, or is this project?
Oh, thank you. No, I checked the
Okay.
map. I checked the map and there aren't any owls. I
Okay.
just forgot to get back to you on that. Yep.
And then the tree permit issue, which
Yeah.
was a little confusing,
It is very.
but and I questioned, but you commented on it, why we would be approving something that's already been done, but I understand that. But then my other question was regarding the reso. item 16, condition 16.
Okay. hang on, let me get there.
That my thinking on that is, and I'm glad you brought up adding the
Yeah, I did that based on your question. Yeah, I added it.
adding the information about having the having them follow those guidelines. But in the event that tree number one, the way this is written, it's assuming that tree number one would have to be removed. And considering the fact that the applicant would want to maintain tree number one, if tree number one can be kept, then it should probably be included language in item 16 that both number one and number two
Got it.
should
Yeah.
have that same handling.
Okay, got that. That's good. Yeah, that's
All
true.
right. And I think those.
Oh, I also forgot to say that the neighbors that sorry, I'm a little tired. The neighbors that the incline lift is closest to, they have submitted a letter supporting the project. So,
Good.
Right. So those were the only questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions of staff?
Commissioner Kelly has his hand raised.
Please go ahead.
Okay. I have a question with regard to the lift, Linda. I looked through our code and tried to find anything related to a lift, and particularly if there's any requirements for screening or aesthetic appearance of the lift. Does the town have anything that governs the lift?
No, they don't. And I have to say, we're getting more of these. It's just, I don't know, I might have said this in the staff report. We're getting more as our population ages, because people can't make it up the stairs. But so far, the few that have gone in, are on properties where they haven't had to be placed in a setback. They're further away from the neighbors. So.
Right. Well, I think, there is quite a bit of space between the houses in this particular lot. They're fortunate for that. The lift, to me, at the base of the stairs is going to have a very prominent appearance from the street. So I was wondering if we did have any requirements for screening or anything like that specifically.
No, and I'm not, the fire department is getting so restrictive about trees and stuff. I just don't know whether there's really a way to do that, but.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Newton has her hand raised.
Commissioner Newton.
So, Linda, I've got a number of questions. I guess first off, are we dealing with the same kind of omission that we dealt with on Forest Ave with the recommendations of the Ross Valley Fire Department that are reflected in the staff report?
Yes, I think you are.
Not getting in the reso. And I guess we could add that as.
Yeah, and I'm just, I don't know, maybe I should ask you guys so it's getting tougher to get this kind of detailed stuff done. So in the olden days, what we did is we just had one condition that said they shall comply with all the requirements of the fire department, the building, it was general, right? And it would be helpful if we could go back to that, because this is not working the way it's so detailed. I already eliminated citing every single page number of the plan sets because it was just creating a real slowdown in our staff meetings. And
Right.
I mean, in our staff, these public hearings. So if you guys would be willing to do that, we can put our general, what we used to use. I'm not sure how it got so specific, but so think You don't
problem
have to
with-
decide right now.
I don't have a problem with that. The other thing, we'll see how the other folks feel about that. The other thing was, now I've heard PG&E come in and cut down trees without regard to our tree ordinance before.
Mhm.
And this strikes me as problematic if they are ignoring our tree ordinance.
So, yeah, I've talked to the building official is actually trying to talk to PG&E about this right now. Apparently there is some law that gives them the authority to remove the trees without going to the tree committee, but they've said they're going to try to, at least communicate with the adjacent neighbors before they take the trees out, right? So I asked this applicant, did PG&E contact you? And the first tree came down with no contact with her. The second one, they did come up and talk to her about, hey, we need to remove this for safety with our power lines, right? But the first one went. So anyway, we are aware of this problem, and the building official is trying to work with PG&E right now because he's getting complaints all over town where they're taking trees down without notifying the town because they intersect with power lines and create, safety issues. So it's a work in progress to try to.
And Attorney Colson has her hand raised.
Janet's trying to get a word in here.
I didn't want to just interrupt. This is the line of PG&E. They're in every jurisdiction that they have overriding authority. They've been granted authority from the PUC to do this, blah, 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 blah. Not necessarily the case at all. It depends in large measure on what property the tree is on. Is it on private property? Is it on public property? Notice is always required. Private property owners can say no. There can be discussions about trimming, just keep it out of the lines as opposed to taking it down completely. But PG&E will almost always opt for the easier course of taking it down completely because that means they don't have to keep coming back year after year to keep trimming it out of the lines. And so they do always state, oh, yeah, we don't care about your local ordinances. We have overriding authority to do this granted by the PUC. That's not actually the case. And so, yeah, so this is their common lines, what they say. And you do have to put them on notice that this is just not okay and they have to stop this.
Yeah, so Mark's.
Well, I'd love
right
to
now.
put them on notice
Yeah.
to not do this, and I would recommend in our free time that we put them on notice to stop doing this in Fairfax. I don't know, Linda. Let's just add it to your to-do list.
It's nothing that I need to do because the building official's already hassling with them over this. And he said, please provide me the law that says that shows that you can do this. And he's logging, he's making a log of all the trees that come down and there's some where the neighbors have said, we do not want you to take these trees down. And they've done it anyway. So it's
you have to be exceptionally firm with them and you have to run them off the property, basically.
Yeah, so it's
all right. Well,
ongoing problem.
We're all on notice, I guess, and everybody who's listening to this is on notice. The staff report omits the recommendations from the project arborist, and you've got them. We talked about them. They're included in 15 and 16 of the conditions, but it was kind of like there was a blank in the report.
I actually marked up my staff report and had it on my desktop, and I forgot to do it because that's how tired I am. But I was going to just eliminate. It wasn't supposed. I removed the conditions, and I was just going to say they're in the resolution, right? But I left those couple words hanging there. So
okay.
Yep.
Well, my question was kind of about the other trees that were now tree number 1 and number 2, which now those did not go before the tree committee.
They were in the arborist report that went to the tree committee, but they weren't. She doesn't want to take them down, and so. The tree committee saw it and they saw that the arborist said that he's going to look at it, see if there's a way, he knew that they could observe the one tree and dig around the roots and everything would be fine, right? But he's not sure about the other one. So I was trying to work it out so that they wouldn't have to go back to the tree committee. If the arborist says that it can't be saved and our arborist agrees with him, our town arborist, that the tree can't be saved with this going in, that it's already approved if the two arborists say that it can't be removed. That's what I was trying to accomplish.
Okay, I hear that. I guess my preference, because I appreciate having the tree committee, do their work before the stuff comes to the planning commission. And so I guess in the future, if there's these kinds of scenarios, I would feel better if the tree committee were to say, yes, if, the project arborist doesn't feel that this can be retained and gets the approval of the town arborist, we, the tree committee, would in that circumstance agree or vote on the removal of these trees. I like to have the cover of the tree committee to sort of review the tree removal questions.
Yeah, so what I can do is I can provide your minutes to Susan and she can provide them to the tree committee at their next meeting so they can see because I don't attend those meetings. I can't really control that group, right? But hopefully if they read your minutes and they're put on alert that you would prefer a more thorough letter of action from them, that maybe they will take a little more care in the future because it was in the arborist report attached.
I'm so appreciative of the work they do.
Yeah.
I would like to have a more comprehensive evaluation from them than to only look at the trees that the applicant wants to remove and not consider the ones that might be required to be removed anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll do a cover letter to them and attach your minutes when these are done and let them know that, if they could be, I won't say more careful, I'll use better, that they appreciate, that you appreciate their input, and you do. They do a good job. So they just need to make sure that
they do a good job.
Yeah, if there's something like that.
I would agree with Commissioner Newton on that, because the other options are that it would go back to the tree committee if the arborist decides that that tree can't be kept, then that should go back to the tree committee, which isn't what any of us, I think, ideally at that time in the project would want to see. So having all those trees reviewed and the comments from the arborist to say, we may not be able to save this one, it needs another review, to have that looked at as part of, this going to the tree committee and then having them address it in their report. Because the other thing is it leaves it also to us. And I'd rather have them do the full review of the potential tree removals.
The other thing I could do is talk to the staff person that takes these in, but I don't know if she actually has time to read some of these arborist reports are mind numbing, right? So if staff person could go through and say to the applicants, if there's a potential the tree's coming out, it needs to be listed as a tree that might be removed in the application form on the front page, right? But I just don't know whether that's really possible.
I think in this case, and I know I've talked to some members of the tree committee where they see that there are changes that could be made in this process, including even the forms that are used to apply for a tree removal or alteration permit, so that there's work there that needs to be done. And we've seen that in how these kind of come before us in other applications. I think it would be, at least from this time frame, because I know they haven't gotten to any of that, to look at, as you said, the full report, to look at potential removals that are there because of the project and just provide some information and review of those as well. So it can all be done with potentially one application going one time to the tree committee and then coming to us with their full recommendations.
In an ideal world,
In a
I
perfect
think
world, exactly.
in an ideal world, I think that would be great. This is less than ideal. And for instance, in this situation, they apparently didn't consider that they might be removed, but the arborist did. And so I believe we're covered here. I don't know. Once we approve this, and if we have a letter from the arborist indicating they need to be removed, I don't know what the need is for the tree committee to review it when they have a letter from the arborist. I think they should be informed of it so that they are aware at the earliest possible date. But I'm not sure it's productive to, when we have two arborists saying that tree has got to come out, to reschedule it and send it back for the tree committee review, which only could stall things. So I think the way this is going now is the way it needs to go. And the tree committee should definitely be informed if, as the projects move forward, it becomes apparent that a tree needs to either be protected or removed, and it should be documented and given to the tree committee. But I also think we should approve the removal of the trees we know must be removed, and tentatively approve the removal of anything that the arborist comes back to us and says it has to be removed, even if PG&E took them out, so that the record is clear down the road that there was some approval for, at least the intent was for the commission to approve removal of the original two trees. If there are no further questions or clarifications from the Planning Commission, let's go to the applicant and hear their comments and do the public hearing.
Oh, this is Natalie Worthington, 7 Forest Terrace, and thank you so much for the good work you're doing. And boy, I know it's kind of a big project. I'm a little what would you call it?
Overwhelmed, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good word.
We all are there.
Yes. So, gosh, and I'm about to be a grandmother ×2 with little babies, and I'm thinking, how can I even carry a stroller up all those steps? And there's really nowhere to even leave a bag at the bottom of my property. But the one thing that's really going to be solved if you all do approve of this is a pretty concerning erosion problem. And as you look at the house, that's where the parking lot would be on the right. That hill is sloughing off, and the wall above it along the staircase is actually kind of falling downhill, and the crack grows by the month. So a retaining wall, to support the parking place will hold that whole side of the hill up. And to me, that is going to be really a relief, something taken off the worry list there. So on the other side where I currently park, quite a bad erosion system's going on. I talked to Linda about it several months ago, right after our big rains. And, I found out how complicated it would be to get an encroachment permit, et cetera, to deal with that, and decided to just focus on this current project. So anyway, parking in Fairfax. Here we are trying to solve it house by house, I guess.
Well, thank you for your comments. We certainly do appreciate the need for that retaining wall around your parking space. That is an excellent idea, and I fully understand the need for your lift. Friends of mine have a lift, and they tend to leave it not down below, but they'll leave it up on top. It's kind of a safety feature. It keeps someone from getting into it and going up to your house. But they're also basically wire frames. You can see right through them. It's not like they would be blocking any views. So I certainly don't have a problem with that. Do the commissioners have any questions of Ms. Worthington?
And also, I'm Stuart Summers here. I'm her architect. If there's any technical questions, I am here as well.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Oh, regarding the trees, I'm fully in agreement, and we want to save the trees. And we're certainly committed with our structural engineer to drill. We're going to drill piers to provide the supports for the track, because that's what's required. And I'm certain we can work specifically locate our piers in locations strategically to preserve the trees. So we're completely committed to working with our arborist and, doing some hand investigation before we place piers.
Good. I'm very glad to hear that, particularly since we had that runaway car in our Deer Park neighborhood several weeks back. And so I like hearing about all those piers you're putting in. Do other commissioners have comments or questions for the architect or owner?
Commissioner Swift has her hand raised.
I have a
Cindy,
question for Mr. Summers. Are there any other hill hikers in Fairfax?
My understanding is yes. In fact, one of the contractors who I was having look at this had installed one in Fairfax not too long ago. So I don't know the exact address, and I'm sure staff can probably recollect, but there are these hill hikers in Fairfax, and I believe from this specific manufacturer as well.
Yeah, there's one on, I think it's Olema. Let me just look at the map real quickly. But there are other
Rock Road. Is there a Rock?
Yeah,
Road
yeah, Rock Ridge.
Rock Ridge. So yeah, he put
Yeah.
one on Rock Ridge, and there's only two companies that really make these, and this is the superior company.
Because I know in looking at the company's website that they had an installation, I think in Tiburon and one in Belvedere, and they mentioned Fairfax. I was just curious as to where in Fairfax it was. Thank you.
But you can see remnants of older ones. There's a couple on Hillside that are no longer in use, and they don't look like they were for passengers. They look like they might have been small for materials, groceries, and stuff.
Yeah, there's a few. There's Wood Lane has one, so they are scattered over the town. Thank you.
If we do not have more commissioner questions, let us open up the public hearing.
Oh, can I ask a question? I'm so sorry. I'd like to ask one question of staff and this commission. I believe I know the answer. I tried to ping Linda last minute, but she's so in
I'm
battle.
sorry, is this Stuart?
Yes, I'm the architect.
Okay.
And it's probably more of a policy question. You may not be able to answer it. There was a late idea from the applicant if there was any feasibility of the hill hiker actually extending past the property line into the right of way, much like the parking space. I know there's a mechanism in your code regarding the parking space and those kinds of encroachments, but we very intentionally and purposefully designed the hill hiker to initiate right at the front property line. And then there was a late question from my client wondering if it could extend actually further down. And there's not enough time to study it through staff, but I didn't know if staff had a comment on this at the time, or if that's just an absolute no right now, or if it could be pursued later or not.
So I would just say that would have to be re-reviewed by like Public Works and Fire and Police. And I just think that, at least this way, people will speed along and get their stuff out of the right of way and up to that landing. But if the hill hiker came all the way down to the road, I'm afraid you'd actually have people gathering and hanging out in the road. I don't know that the safety the safety departments would be in favor of that.
Yeah, and my inclination, reading how the exception is given from fire and safety is that this is a revocable. The parking space itself is a revocable item. So it's a little harder to revoke an improvement such as we're discussing.
Right.
Exactly. I would find it unlikely, and it would be a whole new application and review on your part. Mm-hmm. And also remember that the parking is a preferential parking permit for the specific reason of the safety on the hill, and covers parking only. It does not give the staff or commission the authority to include a hill hiker in the right of way or any other structure.
That was the purpose of the question. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any members of the public, Tamala, to make a public comment on this project?
If there is anyone else in the audience at this time who'd like to comment, please do raise your hand. You'll find the raise hand button in the bottom center of your Zoom screen. I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you for reminding them how to participate. Not hearing any further comments. Thank you, Mr. Summers and Ms. Worthington, for your comments, your presentation. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to the Planning Commission for discussion. Or a motion, should anyone be ready to do so. Tamala, it doesn't look like commissioners are raising their hand.
We have two commissioners with their hands raised. Okay. Commissioner Newton and Commissioner Swift. Commissioner Newton had her hand raised slightly first.
Mimi, you go then.
Okay. I just want to clarify something we were talking about before the public hearing. What I'm suggesting was not that you stop the process of development of the parking and the lift if it turns out that you do need to remove tree 1 or tree 2. I think the way I agree with Chair Fregoso that the way this has been framed is perfectly adequate for the purposes of tonight's resolution in terms of us incorporating the project arborists language from their report. Rather, what I'm suggesting is that in the future, if there are things that the tree committee is going to be looking at that include not only trees that an applicant is seeking to remove, but also trees that they might desire to retain, but which might need to be removed upon certain circumstances occurring, that the tree committee be requested to do all of that at once, the beginning. I agree with the chair that, pausing and going back for tree committee review a second time. Doesn't make any sense. So my comments are really like, can we front load the process a little bit more? The other things I just kind of, I saw the same issue with paragraph 8, A, B, C, D, A, that we should switch to E again. And then, you know, I just want to applaud the town council from 1994 for having the, you know, wisdom to put this requirement in our town code, because $200,000 cost to do this parking space and lift. I thought that was a typo. I had to kind of go back and look at it multiple times to sort of get my head around that cost. And so I think that we should be applauding our town council, who may not have in 1994 anticipated that kind of extreme expenditure that might be necessary, but really very prescient of them. That's it.
Excellent comment, Commissioner Newton. I do remember some discussions back in the day about the preferential parking, and interestingly, it's always been a problem, but now with our Firewise mentality, it's even more crucial that these things are allowed to occur. And I want to compliment the owners of these properties for moving forward and taking on this huge expense to improve their lives, but also to improve the safety of our communities overall. Excellent point. Thank you.
And Commissioner Swift has her hand raised.
Cindy?
Well, I was just going back to Commissioner Kelly's comments when we were discussing, I think, the staff report about the landing site down at the roadway, and if there was, and if he was still interested in this, if there was a potential to mitigate the view of the car, the hill hiker car, from the public roadway down there. It wouldn't necessarily have to be vegetation that was the cause or the way to block the view, but it could be some other method. And I just wanted to check with him to see if that was something that he was still interested in, and then if so, something that could be looked at.
I'll take the cue there. Thank you,
Yes.
Commissioner Swift. I am concerned. I also, as I'm walking particularly and traveling around town, I see derelict funiculars around town, and not only in our town but in others. And if it's just the sort of the steel carriage and the steel rails, over time, you know, they start to look a little shabby. And particularly, you know, 10 years from now, I'm concerned what this is going to look like. I actually, I really like the applicant's property. I've walked down Forest Terrace quite often. It's a beautiful hillside. I'm concerned what the funicular might look like a few years down the road. I'm sure when it's brand new and it gets installed, it's going to be shiny and whatnot. I believe the best trolleys, residential trolleys, have a sort of carriage house at the bottom, something that nests that carriage and becomes an element in the yard at the bottom. I understand if we don't have that requirement for any sort of screening, etc., even a short fence would probably be better. I noticed the applicant has some nice guardrails on their house, etc. You know, something that has the same language of the house rather than having a sort of metal other physical language on the site, I think would be more visual pleasing. Those are my opinions on the issue. I'll let it rest there to see if any of the other commissioners have points of view with regard to these lifts in our town.
Well, I guess I'm still in sticker shock mode over the costs, right? So adding more to that seems like, whoa. You know, that's where I'm coming from.
Is that something that we could ask the applicant or the architect for thoughts on that?
I did see the architect has his hand raised.
Yes,
if we could
Stuart,
hear from
go
the
ahead and
applicant,
comment.
that would be great.
There we go. I'm unmuted. Yeah, I think, I hear you. I have a couple of thoughts on it. One, it obviously would have to be on a case-by-case basis. In this case, we're right up against the right-of-way, so any further improvements for screening would have to be done in the town's right-of-way. And I'm wondering if that's problematic from an encroachment standpoint to begin with. B, placing a structure there. I think a lot of these times, Norma made a good point. A lot of these times people leave the cars at the top and there's a call button at the bottom, both for security. They can lock the call button out at night so no one can actually, bring it down and, mess with it, kids or whoever. So if she's got it locked out and it's up at the top, now we've got this actually more obtrusive structure permanently at the lower side, versus when it's at the top, no one's going to even really see the bottom of the track because it's only 1.5 feet off the ground. So I guess what I'm saying is I have mixed feelings of, say, a structure at the bottom. And I'm wondering if, in fact, if the car is at the top 90% of the time, if maybe that visual impact that everyone's discussing actually isn't an impact. So it's kind of, I don't have an answer per se, but I have concerns about improvements or fences or trees or anything else being planted in the town's right of way, and wondering just out loud if it's or at least in our case, if the car is not in that location 90% of the time, if it's an issue or not. And I'm coming from a standpoint, I serve on Sarah Feld's Design Review Board for the last 16 years. So I'm in your position. So I'm wondering out loud, being in your position, the same questions you're asking. So I do appreciate the question.
Thank you, Stuart, for your comments. What is the commission wanting to do here? Have we closed the public hearing technically? Linda, did we close the public hearing? I believe we did. If not, it's now closed.
And Commissioner Jansen has his hand up.
Did, so now it's closed.
Okay.
Commissioner Jansen has his hand raised.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Just following up on the same issue. I understand the concern, but I also think, to me, having the presence of these things is just as well interesting as that it could be a nuisance. The idea that you see tracks go up the hill is like, oh, what's going on there? So I do not see that as a problem or a concern. I think it's fine if you want to show the machine that's doing it. I think it's also fine if you want to try to hide it, but it's more in the eye of the beholder how you would experience that. And so I would find it very difficult to make that a condition in this context. I think the way it is designed is just as well defendable as trying to do it differently. That's my 2 cents there.
Thank you for adding that. I would tend to agree with that last comment.
Commissioner Kelly has his hand, had his hand raised. Yep, it's raised again.
Thank you, Tamla. I agree, Commissioner Jansen. I don't believe this is a case that we should add a condition here. It's just an observation at this point, and it might be something that we should follow up on with creating a guideline for these things as an accessory structure that's very visible and prominent at the road.
We can add that to item number 186 of the short list of things we need to get to in the immediate future. Okay, then. It seems like we may be ready for a motion. No?
I could make a motion to approve the resolution. Which would essentially be as it currently is. Let me get the right page there.
Reading the title from the title page would probably...
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to do, and I just had it up. And then, of course, it hides on me. As always. Why is it doing that? Okay, that's annoying. Apologies for not finding it. There it is.
I have it if you'd like me to read it for you.
No, I just found it
Okay.
again. I would like to carry motion to approve resolution 2022-07 for a preferential parking permit for an on-street parking space along the street frontage and a tree removal permit, front setback, combined front rear yard setback, minimum side yard setback, and combined side setback variance for the construction of the inclined lift at 7 Forest Terrace.
I might make a friendly amendment to that to add a general reference to the recommendations by the Ross Valley Fire Department that we discussed, the conditions of the Ross Valley Fire Department to correct the typo on paragraph 8, should be subparagraphs A, B, C, D, and E. And I think that's it. And with that, I would second it if you would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, and I have a friendly amendment referencing number 16 on page 5, just to clarify, to add the portion of it that Linda provided, and then also to include that it would be tree number 2 and tree number 1, just in case they can save tree number 1.
Yeah, and what I added was at the end of the sentence, and to ensure that the tree protection measures recommended in the April 16, 2021 arborist report are implemented prior to the start of the construction.
That's right.
Do you accept those friendly amendments?
I do.
Okay.
And I'll second them.
Wonderful. We have a first by Jensen, a second by Newton. On the motion, can we get a roll call, Linda, please?
Yes, Jansen,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Newton,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Fagoso.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations. There is, as you know, a 10-day appeal period if anyone wanted to do so with the city clerk's office for a fee of $650. But the motion carries. Good luck with your construction work and with those trees. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. It's a great improvement for the entire community. We appreciate both of these Forest Avenue and Terrace properties taking this work on. It's fairly early. Well, it's almost 9 o'clock. Would the commissioners like a brief recess before we move on to the next item? That might take a little bit of time. Should we take 5 minutes? Or does the commission want to keep rolling?
5 minutes would be good.
Yeah.
Let's take 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, everybody turn your mics back on and cameras, and we will go to our next item, short-term rental ordinance. Consideration of an ordinance amending the town zoning ordinance to include short-term rental units as permitted accessory uses in the single-family residential zones, including minimum parking requirements for short-term rentals and a definition of what constitutes a short-term rental. This item is categorically exempt per SEQA section 15301A. Can we have the staff report, Linda,
Yes.
or will our
I'll be giving
present?
the staff report.
Okay.
Okay, here I go. At the January 19th, 2022 Town Council meeting, the council discussed whether the town would benefit from adopting a short-term rental ordinance. The council began discussing short-term rentals in 2015, and they actually created an online survey to assess public opinion on short-term rentals and took public input at meetings on the matter. After taking a public input, the council decided to establish a short-term rental program with regulations, and they referred the matter to the Planning Commission. The Commission discussed the matter at their September 15th, 2016 meeting and forwarded a list of recommendations for what such an ordinance should consider and address. For various reasons, basically competing priorities at the time, the short-term rental program was not established. However, since that time, short-term rental programs and services to assist jurisdictions to implement such processes have matured and rendered implementing short-term rentals relatively easy. At their January 19th, 2022 meeting, the council directed the Planning Commission to review and make a recommendation to the council on a draft ordinance changing the zoning code to allow short-term rentals. Also at their January 19th, 2022 meeting, the council clarified that the commission will not be taking action on the business permit ordinance, which will be contained in Town Code Title 15, Business Taxes, Licenses, and Regulations. The business permit ordinance regulating the town short-term rentals will be discussed further and acted on by the town council at a later date. So it's similar to your cannabis ordinance, where regulations regarding cannabis are in the zoning ordinance, but the permit is actually in the business license section of the town code and acted on by the council. After reviewing the zoning ordinance, the staff determined that incorporating short-term rentals into the zoning ordinance would require the inclusion of a definition of what constitutes a short-term rental, parking regulations for short-term rentals, and adding short-term rentals as permitted accessory uses in the residential single-family RS 7.5, RS 6 single-family residential zone, and the upland residential single-family zones. Staff determined that the definition of a short-term rental should include the type of structures or portions of structures that can be considered for short-term rental use and the number of consecutive days a short-term rental can be rented for. And this is what we're recommending. Short-term rental. An existing single-family residence, portion of an existing single-family residence, or an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit established prior to January 1st, 2020, in which overnight accommodations are provided to guests for compensation that is rented for 30 consecutive days or less. All short-term rentals must comply with the short-term rental requirements contained in Town Code Title 5, Division 2, Chapter 5.57, short-term rentals. So we looked at, how the parking should be dealt with, and the town could take a really conservative approach where all the uses on the site, parking has to be met for all the uses. A lenient approach would be not to require any additional parking for the short-term rentals, but we decided to do something quite in the middle. And so what we're recommending is the following. If the short-term rental is a house or a portion of a house, the required parking is 1 9 by 19 foot parking space for every 4 guests, in addition to 2 spaces required for the long-term residents if only a portion of the house is used as a short-term rental. And for JADUs and ADUs, we're recommending 1 9 by 19 foot space for units with up to 2 bedrooms, and for studio units, and 1 space for every 4 guests in units with 3 or more bedrooms. And one of the planning commissioners asked me why that date of January 1st, 2020 was included. And that was when the state started getting involved with ADUs. That was the date. And what we were trying to avoid there is we didn't want people coming in and getting new ADUs approved and then turning them into short-term rentals. Fairfax has a number of existing ADUs that predate that date. When I started here in 1986, Fairfax had an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So we've had one for a long time, right? So there are a lot of ADUs out there. There's legal ones out there. There's illegal ones out there, right? And some of them are not studios or just 2 bedrooms. We do have a few 3-bedroom. So that's why we worded the parking requirement that way. And we did include a brief discussion about neighborhood impacts of short-term rentals, and they're already out there. It's already happening. We've been dealing with complaints for some time now, and we believe that regulating them will actually decrease the number of complaints we receive. So staff is supportive of this ordinance. And so we're recommending that you approve resolution 2022, recommending that the town council adopt the attached draft ordinance of the town council of the town of Fairfax, amending town code title 17 zoning, chapter 17.008 definitions, chapter 17.052 off-street parking and loading requirements, chapter 17.076, the RS 7.5 single-family residential zone, medium density, chapter 17.080, RS 6 single-family residential zone, high density, and chapter 17.124, the upland residential zone, incorporating a definition of short-term housing, providing parking regulations for said short-term rental use, and including short-term rentals as permitted uses in all single-family residential zone districts. That would conclude our report. And I just want to clarify. So we didn't list them as permitted main uses. They're listed under permitted accessory uses, the short-term rentals. So
Linda, thank you. But can you clarify for me, did you say that ADUs and JADUs, rather than being rentals, can now be just short-term rentals, Airbnbs?
Only JADUs and ADUs that were established prior to the state putting in effect January 1st of 2020, the state started getting involved in ADUs, and they eliminated a lot of our regulatory powers. We have to process them ministerially, and there's been a great uptick in the number of ADUs that get processed every year. So we want it to only apply to ones that already existed prior to that time. We want the ADUs created since the state has put this big push on to still be available for housing, long-term housing.
Or long-term housing.
Yeah, we don't want those newer ones to suddenly turn into short-term rentals.
Exactly.
But the older ones that have been around for a while, predating the state's push, they went through the normal town's process, which predated 1986. And so there'll be a balance. There'll be a balance of short-term rental ADUs, you know, and then ADUs that are restricted for use as long-term rental housing.
Assuming they were permitted in the first place?
Yes, I mean, if they're illegal, they're still illegal. They have, you know, then they would have to come in under the newer regulations and go through the ministerial process to get legalized. So
But
they
then
won't.
they couldn't be
That's
a
right.
short-term rental.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for clarifying that.
That's why, you know, you should do things legally, right? Then you can
Exactly.
keep your options open.
Exactly. Any other clarifying questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Swift, Commissioner Newton, and Commissioner Jansen have their hands raised.
In that order, please.
So Linda, you mentioned in the staff report that the town has received complaints to date. So can you provide some background on what those complaints consisted of? And then also what the town has done in response to those complaints?
Yes. So the complaints are noise, right? We have had damage to private property, which resulted from people that aren't used to driving in our narrow streets, like damaging a neighbor's retaining wall when they're trying to get in and out of the parking spaces, right? That's the biggies, noise and damage. And the noise is the more prevalent because you have people coming to town, coming to town that are on vacation, trying to have a good time next to people that are trying to live their day-to-day lives, you know, go to school, go to work.
So how has the town responded to those complaints?
We send them violation letters. Right now, short-term rentals are not allowed. The people have actually, well, I should clarify that. When we have sent the violations out, the people have said they're going to comply. Do they start doing it again? I don't know. You know, are they somehow placating their neighbors so the neighbors don't complain again? That's possible. But our violation process for anything is we send them a letter. We say, please let us come inspect your property, right? We come and inspect. If we see evidence that there's, you know, rentals going on, we send them a letter telling them they need to cease and desist, or they can be issued a ticket.
Okay. So going on with my questions, the top of page 2 discusses rentals of less than 30 days are currently only permitted pursuant to a conditional use permit in residential zones. And then also in your definition of a short-term rental, it states that a short-term rental could be an ADU or JADU that was established prior to January 1, 2020. So Fairfax has had a prohibition on ADUs and JADUs being rented for less than 30 days since 2017. So that has confused me in both what the town council's staff report and discussion was about, as well as this. And I think it was AB 2299 addressed ADUs in 2017. At that point in time, we had the flexibility to allow rentals of less than 30 days on ADUs and JADUs. And the Planning Commission recommended at that time that since we are concerned about housing in this town, and right now we're looking at a housing element that has a high number of housing units for this year, that the Planning Commission recommended to the town council that we not allow rentals of less than 30 days on ADUs and JADUs. And that was incorporated into our Town Ordinance 810. So we've had that prohibition since 2017. And going forward, subsequent legislation then required that or prohibited any ADUs and JADUs from being rented for less than 30 days. So I'm confused as to why we use the 2020 date on there. And it is a concern to me with this.
Can I just ask why that's a concern? I mean, does the date that we first started doing that affect what the council wants done now?
I think so, yes, because
How?
if since in our current ordinance,
Oh, you're thinking that the prohibition should be units before 2017? Is that what where you're heading?
I'm saying that we shouldn't allow short-term rentals. I mean, the state has, unless I misunderstand, the state now prohibits short-term rentals on ADUs and JADUs.
Mm-hmm.
We did that. We had the flexibility in 2017 to prohibit that. So our prohibition has gone back to 2017 on short-term rentals, so less than 30 days of ADUs and JADUs.
Okay, but you keep saying JADUs and they're relatively new. So I believe that the one in 2017 may have referenced ADUs, but I don't know that it referenced a JADU. So
I believe it did, but I think
well, so anyway,
going forward, I think with this, I wouldn't be comfortable with approving this or tonight because of questions like that. But let me so those were the big questions. I probably have, concerns about the parking requirements as well. What I hear from, and you mentioned it a little bit, the discussion of concerns from neighbors where we have, one way in, one way out, that type of thing. But I just wanted to get those questions kind of addressed because they're kind of germane to the basis of this.
well, so the question about the 2017, isn't it more of a statement that I mean, me finding out, so are you asking staff to look up the ordinance that was put in effect in 2017? If you're sure about it, then we know that that's the case, that you believe it included the language, right? So, I mean, if the commission wants to amend or recommend that the council amend the ordinance to change the date or to prohibit short-term rentals in ADUs and JADUs, you can send the resolution forward with those change. In your resolution, you can say that you're recommending that those changes be made to the ordinance before it's adopted, right? You can do it that way. We're trying to keep this thing moving.
This is Fairfax. What are you talking about? Things moving? I don't know about
Well,
that.
anyway, it's just a comment. You guys do have the power. You've done it before to not send it forward, and then if the council decides they want to keep it moving, they'll
do it anyway.
Pull it up without, yeah. But anyway.
Other questions, clarifications? Cindy, were you done?
Have anything else, Cindy?
Go ahead, Mimi.
I think I was next. Okay. So I want to understand exactly what the council instructed us to do in the terms of the things you were asking about. So what if anything, did the council say about the units that may have been created after 2020?
So I think, Janet, are you there? Because I wasn't at this meeting, and I thought the direction I got was that the council wanted us to list short-term rentals as permitted accessory uses in all the residential zones. And since accessory uses are permitted, ADUs are permitted, right? We were trying to find a way to include that, but maybe the council just wanted it in single family homes. I'll let Janet speak to that.
No, I think that they want to allow short-term rentals. And I know that they were talking about bringing this back to the April meeting. We can't do that because of noticing. So they were saying, okay, it'll be on the May meeting then. But they were definitely interested in having this back as soon as possible. And they do wish to allow short-term rentals in the single family zones. They believe that this is happening now and they want to take advantage of it and legalize it. Was my understanding from listening to the conversation, the discussion at the meeting.
But Janet, did they specifically address whether they wanted it just in single family homes or ADUs? Okay, so they weren't clear on that. All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can you clarify that? Council did not indicate whether they wanted ADUs and JADUs to be short term, whether recent or
they were silent on the issue of whether they wanted them just allowed in single family homes or whether they wanted them allowed in accessory buildings as well. They didn't address that.
Did they address the
addressed the 30 days, though that was in the staff report that Council Member Kohler took to them.
Okay,
it seems to be the accepted time that's used by most communities throughout California. And Barbara did research and I checked too.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be the breaking point for whether it's considered short-term or long-term.
Right.
30
Okay,
days.
and in terms of the time that I'm asking about, it's the January 1, 2020 date. Did they say anything about not allowing ADUs and JADUs that are developed after January of 2020? Because what I thought I heard, and I, listen to it in the background while I'm doing dishes. What I thought I heard was they want to encourage this opportunity for homeowners to supplement their income in order to stay in their homes.
Right.
I didn't hear, and we don't want ADUs and JADUs developed after January 2020 not to be included in that. I heard some questions about the implications for our RENA numbers, and I'd love to just say, we can resolve that issue. But what I really want to understand is the direction. Where is it the planning commission that needs to make the decision versus, what the town council has told us to do. So I'm interested in that January 1, 2020 date because I just want to understand. I think I do understand, Linda, the issue that you're raising about not wanting, to include ones that are built after the state got into the mix in the allowance. But then what I thought I heard was if we want to encourage a homeowner who wants to use a short-term rental to help them stay in their home, I didn't hear that, except for the ones that built their JADUs after or built their ADUs after this date.
That was suggested language in Michelle Gardner's staff report. On page 3, it had ineligible properties, and the last thing was accessory dwelling units approved after January 1st, 2020. But can I be really excited and talk about one of my pet peeves? Because when you read the zoning ordinance, it talks about ways that amendments can be initiated, right? By verified application of any person, by resolution of intention adopted by the Planning Commission, or by resolution of intention adopted by the council. And I believe that if the council followed their own ordinance and they actually directed you guys to do these ordinances in a resolution, these issues about what they actually want you to do would be minimized. But they don't do it that way anymore, even though it's in their code. So that's why we're having this problem, because they weren't very clear. You know, I mean, they gave direction, but they didn't anticipate, you know, they didn't address all the things that had to be covered by the commission. So you don't have real clear direction.
Okay, well, that helps me, because what I'm trying to distinguish is the stuff they prescribed, we do, and the stuff we have some discretion to make recommendations on, right? Like where they told us, hey, we want you to include JADUs, you know, I want to make sure we do what they told us. Where they were silent, where they may not have said something, that'll give me a sense of what our decision making here is tonight. So I apologize for being long-winded.
No, I think you can, well, my recommendation, Janet can correct me, is because they feel the need to move this along, the best way for you guys to get your concerns addressed is to include them in your resolution. So it's clear. If you don't agree that it should be that date, indicate that you don't agree, why, and put in the date that you want used. If you don't think it should be in ADUs, you can put that in your resolution, right? But then it would move it forward, and they will know what your concerns are.
Well, I don't know if our planning commission right now wants to open this up to debate every single thing, frankly. You know, I think the town council, one of the reasons they didn't get into as much detail as you would like is they've got a bazillion things going on, just like you do, and just like I do. And you know, they have spent years looking at this, and you know, they don't have the luxury of being able to have a full day workshop to sit down and really,
but they may feel that they can address the particulars like they did with the cannabis permits in their business license section, right? So this isn't the final say on, you know, there's going to be a whole regulation in the business licenses. It can be quite detailed. That's going to be up to them. It's not coming to you because it's not in the zoning ordinance. So there's a second step at this whole thing, right?
Right.
But
I was going to ask about the owner occupied nature of this, because you hadn't really addressed that in your staff report, in the sense of, you know, I didn't really hear it emphasized that this is not for landlords who don't live in the building, right?
Right.
And that's already a very large, you know, percentage potentially of the multi-unit homeowners in Fairfax, right? Like in terms of the, you know, the homes with the most units. So, you know, we'll get into the discussion later, and I'll stop asking questions for the moment, and we can get on to the next planning commissioner's questions. But I do want to bring it back around to these issues when we start talking after public hearing. Thanks.
Okay.
Seems Commissioner Jensen is next.
Okay, yes, I will just, I have three more technical questions directly. So the very first one, in the short-term rental, and I think this was addressed, but I'm just confirming it. That means it's stating that it is for single-family, existing single-family, accessory dwellings, etc. That means all of those were permitted.
Correct.
So they're all legal existing buildings.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that needs to be clear. Regarding the parking, the way I read it, and again, I'm trying to confirming if you concur. If you have if it's your main house, you need 2 for the residents and 1 for the STR, which means you would need 3 parking spots. If you have a house and an ADU, you would need 4, because that's how I read it, and it comes down to the wording in there, because it says for every 4 guests in addition to the 2 spaces. So that I read that if you have 1 guest, you need 1 space. 2, you need 1, and so it's really for 1 to 4 guests or any portion thereof, you need 1 space, plus you need 2 for the house, which makes it 3.
Correct.
Which is the same as an existing house where you have guests that are not paying. And if you have an ADU or JADU on your property, you need 1 in addition for the ADU, which means you need 3 for the house plus 1 for the ADU. That means you need 4 of them. And again, with that same caveat, it's for 1 to 4 guests or any portion thereof.
So you guys can change it any way you want. But so my thinking, which isn't always correct, if you already have a single family home that doesn't have any parking, right? You've been living with that situation. The neighborhood's been living with that situation, right? So if you suddenly want to take a portion of your house, right, and turn it into a short-term rental, you're going to have to provide 2 spaces for yourself and 1 for the ADU, right? 1 for the JADU or whatever portion's being used as the short-term rental in the house. If you have a house and an ADU that's detached from the house and the house has no parking already, right? You would just need to provide 1 for the accessory dwelling unit because the neighborhood's already been dealing with a house with no parking. But that's the lenient, that's like the lenient way. I mean, my impression after reading the staff report that went to the council was that this was to be encouraged, but you guys have the authority to change this any way you want. You could do the strict interpretation, which is if you're going to have a house and an ADU and try to use the ADU as a short-term rental, you could say you need 4 parking spaces, right?
It's about the planning component of it, right? If you do things like that, it has reverse effects as well. So it's tricky.
Right.
Okay, but no, I was trying to understand what it is that you had put down so that I understand and read it correctly.
Yes.
That second interpretation, certainly thinking I would need to think about.
Yeah.
I said I had 3 questions. So the other one goes back, and it has been discussed already before that. It is the cutoff date when the state is starting to being involved in that. I think that's put in there to somehow prevent that the new regulations would be used to create them. But the odd thing is, why would that be a problem? That's number one. But the second is, with SB 9, there are other tricks that you could play. So to take a date into trying to control it does not really cover what's going to happen, and it creates a very odd break because now. Anyway, but that's maybe not so much a question for you. I think that's for the discussion when we go further down. So we can talk about that later.
Yeah, I mean, you could pretty much use any date you wanted. You could use the date that the state started forcing towns to provide housing. You could
right. Yeah. Well, the date itself is concerning to me. Because but that's for the discussion a little later. I think I think it's not right to regulate that way, but we can talk about that later.
Okay.
Linda, can you clarify for me? You said an existing house needs 2 spaces, but doesn't an existing house of 2-bedroom need 2 spaces and one of 3-bedroom need 3 spaces?
No. Your ordinance says any house with 1 bedroom or more requires 2 spaces. It doesn't add more if you get more and more bedrooms. And if you have a studio house, you just need 1 parking space. Then it goes on to state that every house shall have 1 guest parking space. So for a single family home that's 1 bedroom or more, you need a total
2 spaces
house
plus the guest. That's where I come up with the third one.
And you only need that 3rd guest space if there's not a parking space available in the right of way along the property frontage. So like if you're out in Marinda Oaks, right, where they've got wide streets and there's parking along both sides in the road, those people, if they're building a new house, they only have to provide 2 parking spaces because their guest space
There's plenty on the street, sure.
Right.
So in terms of A single family home. Okay. I have a single family home and I really only have one bedroom. But so I could, I suppose, convert a living room into a short-term rental, right? Would that qualify in this case as converting a living room into a short-term rental in my house? But I would need to add a space.
That's
a
right.
parking space.
Right.
Now, the question is, if I have a JADU in my house, it's already, it has to be a JADU. It can't be a short term. Well,
if you
I should say it shouldn't be. Okay. I would not want to take our ADUs and JADUs and convert them into short-term rentals, because my concern is that, frankly, I believe we should have a no net loss housing policy in our town. No net loss. In other words, we don't want to take a residential unit and turn it into a short-term rental, because that we lose a unit in our RENA numbers. And I don't think we should be creating ADUs and JADUs that can be converted to short-term rentals, because our regulations say they can't be short-term rentals and that the owners need to live there. But rather than making my comments, let me ask a clarifying question.
But
which is
Janet is trying to get your attention.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have no way to know that.
No, I'm just trying to get somebody's attention. I tried this little hand and then I tried waving my hand.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Attorney Colson. That's probably my mistake. I never know when to interrupt and when not to. My apologies.
You see this bright yellow pineapple back here in this fake bookshelf looking thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Look how much it looks like the raised hand.
Oh yeah.
And I always think people see that and go, oh, no, that's not her hand. And then they don't see this thing. So
I think you need to move that pineapple, Janet.
I can't. It's a fake background. So
okay. Forget it then.
Yeah. So I just want to say, I just want to kind of cast a big sort of in context. So the council expressed their desire that they want to allow short-term rentals. Finally, they've had this on their plate for years, back and forth. And so they want to allow short-term rentals. And short-term rentals are not just ADUs and JADs. It could be the whole house. I mean, there could be a house exchange kind of thing going on where, you know, somebody goes to Europe for, well, not now probably, but at a point in time goes to Europe for a month, and somebody from South America comes and stays in their house for a month. And so there's a lot of that goes on with the Airbnb kind of thing. And so this was designed for that, and also to allow people who are having difficulty staying in their home because of finances to occasionally or whatever, you know, do a short-term rental, have a room and a bath and do that. Or if they have an ADU and they don't rent it out, to do that. But the type of person who's going to have permanent tenant in an ADU, it may or may not be interested in having short-term rentals. There's a lot more work with short-term rentals, et cetera. And it's not very stable, and some people like that stability, but it is designed primarily to allow this and to be flexible. And so my thought to you is that the council has requested that Planning Commission look at this and give your thoughts, give your recommendations, give things that you don't like, things that you do like, things that you'd like to see that aren't there, things that are there that you don't like, tell them about it. And so we keep the structure of what we have in place, but we make a whole list of everything the Planning Commission noted. And some of the concerns included this, and some concerns included that. And it's not necessarily consensus concerns. It can be, you know, several commissioners thought this, several commissioners thought that. But all in all, you get down to where you have to have a vote and you make a recommendation that the council consider all of the things that you listed that you liked or don't like, and that you'd like to see put in or like to see taken out or changed, modified in some way. And but generally speaking, you've given your thoughts and your input, and that's what they're looking for. They want to do this, and they want to do it quickly, but they want to hear from you, and they want to hear what you think, and they want your input and your expertise. And so that's what this is really designed for. This format is designed for you to give your input to them. Does that help?
That's helpful, Janet. Thank you. That is helpful.
Okay.
And Commissioner Kelly would like to offer input.
Good.
Thank you. I have a very specific question for Linda. I see your picture is gone. If you're still there, I have a question for you.
I am here.
Oh, great. I'd like to understand, did you, in your survey of existing short-term rentals, legal or not, did you also check for parking numbers? And
I did.
Do we know how many would actually already comply with these considered regulations?
Oh, you mean, did I check the ones that are in our town?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't done that.
So
I thought you were
I'm
asking about other
concerned that-
communities. Other communities, some don't
Right.
even care about parking. Just like,
Right. I'm concerned that we're this, as an example, the parking is going to create another burden that will dissuade people from wanting to legalize, essentially. You know, particularly if it's somebody that needs help in making their mortgage payment or something, to have to then add parking. Boy, it doesn't seem like they're going to want to come forward.
I know, but the problem is you have to balance the fact that your roads are already overburdened with cars parking, and it's creating a real fire hazard. So, you know, there are going to be some places that just people aren't going to be able to avail themselves of this because it's increasing danger in the neighborhood. And it's just a way of it's just the way Fairfax is, you know. That's what makes it tough. You know, you're trying to help people, but you can't help one family to the detriment of the neighborhood.
I think there might be something there with regard to owner-occupied units, that it could be something for consideration. You know, I'm all for this idea, frankly, of the short-term rentals and being able to regulate them. I think that it's going to be a hard line to toe to make people want to come forward. Leave it at that.
Yeah.
Is this supposed to be a public hearing as well?
Yes.
Okay.
It was noticed as a public hearing.
Do we, shall we go to the public hearing and then come back for more commissioner comments?
Yes.
Let's do that. Unless commissioners have a pressing comment, why don't we go out to the public? We're talking about short-term rental units. Is anyone out there that you can see, Tamala, that has a hand raised wanting to comment?
We'll just give them one more second to raise their hand.
Let's give them another minute. We're
Icon.
talking about short-term rentals here of either one's own living house that one lives in, or if you have a legal second unit of some sort, whether it be an ADU or a JADU or not.
And I do see that Frank Egger would like to talk.
Okay, Frank, what do you have to say? Frank, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, sir. What is your comment today?
Thank you very much. You know, in the 1990s, Fairfax voters approved a transit occupancy tax of 10% on hotels. And of course, the definition of hotel included what we called at the time a tourist home or house. So that in effect, in the 1990s, there was no Airbnb or short-term rentals. Right. But the ordinance, and it's ordinance number 3.32, hotel users tax, it did include a guest home written right in the ordinance as having to pay this 10% transit occupancy tax. Here's something that's interesting. As you're discussing this, the number in Fairfax, we don't know how many there are. There's probably hundreds of them, because we know we have at least 300 undocumented second and third units around town. There's a lot of them that are already rented for short-term rentals, but there's a First District Court of Appeal published decision that requires short-term rental companies to report all income to counties and cities.
Yeah.
If the town or city has an ordinance, by law, they have to report that income. And the advantage to having an ordinance is that you're going to be able to go to, there's dozens and dozens of short-term rental companies, and you're going to be able to go to them and request a report on all the income on all the units that they have listed in the town of Fairfax. There's another issue that's come up in Sonoma and Napa counties, and that is Picasso. And different cities in Sonoma and Napa are trying to deal with, what's called a Picasso unit. Picasso is a company that buys a home and then creates they create a timeshare. Mm-hmm. and there'll be 8 owners of that Picasso home. In Sonoma County, some of the owners are renting their unit out when they're they own 1/8 of that property, and they're allowed 1/8 of the time of their ownership to have their unit, and some are actually renting them out short term. So I'm not sure how Fairfax is going to address Picasso, but we're going to have to do that because it is a fast moving trend. In effect, timeshares, and perhaps the town attorney can talk to either the city of Sonoma or some of the other cities to see how they're addressing these Picasso units, because as long as we're writing an ordinance, we need to include those timeshare units. Also, there's been testimony. I've listened to a number of town council meetings, and where residents of Fairfax have talked about they live in small apartment buildings, and sometimes a third to a half of the apartments in that building are short-term rentals. So the ordinance is addressing single family zoning, but currently owners of these small apartment buildings are renting out units for short-term rentals. So there's just a whole lot of issues here that Fairfax needs to deal with. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. I think you'll find a lot of us can have some of the similar concerns that you've expressed. Anyone else in the public with a comment on short-term rentals tonight?
I do not see any hands raised.
You can raise your hand. You can phone in.
I see no hands raised, Chair Fregoso.
Okay. If we don't have any more hands raised, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. and bring it back to commissioner comments. And perhaps we can take legal counsel's advice. And if we don't have a specific question, we can start to make comments on what we like, what we don't like, how we might like to see this, or how we might like to see this go differently from what is proposed. Would anyone like to begin?
Commissioner Jansen has his hand raised.
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I have a number of observations, so I'll just go through them and share them with you. I think as a preamble, there's an argument made that that this provides financial resources for homeowners, and I understand that. So do many other things. A long-term rental will do that too, or any other operative. But the bottom line is that, of course, economic hardship is never a reason to circumvent security or safety or any of those things. So it's understood, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it's not really an argument one way or the other. That's just an observation. The concern that I have are a number. The first one is we discussed on that, and that is a cutoff date. And the reason is very simple. I think if you are going to introduce new legislation regulating something, and you're allowing a certain group of stakeholders to exercise that and enjoy that, and then you make a hard date with somebody who wants to do it newly, completely, then you can't do it. I think that is very, very bad way to regulate something. That is discriminatory, and I would not want to see that happen. I think the reason that date is in there, and that's why I asked about it, is to prevent that you get into a loop where people abuse new regulation to, instead of creating housing, creating more short-term rentals. And that's correct, but I think you should do it exactly that way. We should create or formulate a requirement that you cannot, for instance, use any units that were created under SB 9 for short-term rental or something to that degree, right? All the new regulations, including SB 330, all the regulations that create advantage if you provide long-term rental, those units can never be used for short-term rental, something to that degree. So I would want to throw up to date. If you want to build it new, fine, you can do it. If you already have one, you can do it. Same rules for everybody. You cannot abuse the advantages that are given to you under the various SBs that are in place since, I think, 2017. So that's the one first big thing that I would like to see change. I think the parking is the way it is formulated is not wrong, but I think the basic idea really should be, I think, is if you have a house and you need 3 parking spots, it doesn't matter where those guests come from, you need 3 parking spots, so it should be same. And that means if for whatever reason you're grandfathered in with having less, well, then it be so, unless you're going to do a remodel. But if it is, right, so what I'm saying is it doesn't really matter if it's a short-term or long-term, if it's your friend that stays, it all amounts to the same number of cars. So I don't think you want to make it harder for people to do it by having extra requirements, but you neither want to make it less. And I think that is I think that is actually what staff has prepared here, but it might even be done simpler than that. The next thing that I saw is that somehow that there is already an existing regulation that applies because they're not allowed. You could get a short-term rental if you were able to get a special use permit, which by itself isn't properly regulated. But it doesn't mean there's nothing in place. Basically, at this point in time, I don't think anybody has ever applied for it. So if we are going to create a special regulation in the hope that people will start to legalize it, if you want to call it that way, and become part of it, then why haven't we seen some people trying to get special use permits before? That I'm not sure why, but I'm a little worried that we're turning everything upside down in the hope that we get a control of it, whereas in reality we don't know if that really works. So maybe we need to get some input from those towns around us that have changed that, if they see a difference in the numbers. And just a note there, right in the staff report, Corte Madera, Larkspur, South Toledo, Tiburon, they're flat out prohibiting it. You can't do it. There's nothing there. So that's smaller towns around us are not playing that game. Now, that might not be wise, because that way you can't regulate it. It's been like that. I think it's better to regulate it, but anyway, that just another observation. I did have another latest one. I think what is important, which I don't see anywhere, and this is something that the larger cities in the world have to deal with, but we're going to have that coming to us as well. There is a maximum for a street or the town as a whole that you can deal with. You know, imagine a street with 20 homes. It's probably fine if you have 2 that are short-term rentals, but if 18 of those 20 are short, you're not going to have a city anymore. So there must be some regulation in there that on a local level per street is probably a good way to do it. Prevents that the whole street turns around, and for that matter, that our whole town turns around. I'm not sure how you craft that language. But I think this is one of the concerns, and I've seen it in the larger cities, their downtowns, they get completely trashed, and the city just, stops being what it was, because every unit gets turned around into a short term, because indeed it is an economic benefit. So that's the summary. That's all the concerns that I saw. Now, translating that in proper language is not something we're probably going to do this evening. I wouldn't be able to do it, but with that, thank you.
And before I forget, can I just say something about that, the statement that's been made that you can apply for a short-term rental with a conditional use permit? It's not. Short-term rentals don't show up as a conditional use in the residential zones. What I think they're referring to is this language that says, so there's a whole list of things you can apply for a conditional use permit for, and then there's this vague condition that says other uses which are determined by the Planning Commission to be of the same general character as those enumerated in this section. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that there's not, when you look under conditional uses, you're not going to see short-term rentals.
Yeah, no, there's not a box you can check, but you could go to City Hall and say, hey, look, I want to do this.
Yes, but I think that's the reason people haven't tried to do this. When people call and they say, are short-term rentals allowed? They're told, no, they're not allowed in town. We don't point them to that section and say, you can apply to try to see if you can, ask the commission if you're, so that's that's the reason I think it hasn't happened.
Maybe somebody should try to see what happens. It would be interesting. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Newton has her hand raised.
Oh, thank you, Tamara. So I guess I have a question about one of the points that Commissioner Jansen raised regarding the short-term rentals and how that plays into our RENA numbers. I want to just drill down a little bit, because I think our RENA numbers are based on the opportunities we create for landowners and homeowners to, develop additional housing units that will help us achieve our goals as opposed to, have real life implications. It's kind of like the theoretical versus practical. We make the opportunity available and the landowner gets to decide what they're going to do with their property, right? And so I'm just wondering, in terms of these short-term rental units, wouldn't they too have the potential to be, long-term rental units if the owner decided to do that, and therefore we're not really foreclosing them as opportunities for long-term rentals if we regulate them, should they opt to undergo short-term rental status or become short-term.
You're right about the RENA numbers, but the RENA numbers are sometimes based on our progress reports, and our progress reports, they're very detailed. They now want to know what the units are being rented for per month, which implies that it can't be a short-term rental, and they want the address, the parcel number. So they're getting really specific about what we're able to report as meeting our goals in that annual progress report that we make. If something was a short-term rental, we wouldn't be able to list it.
But again, I was thinking that the question was, when it comes to our RENA numbers, what the zoning allows, not what the owner has decided to do with the property, but rather what the zoning allows them to do. So I don't understand why ABAG would not count the numbers where the option is made available to the landowner as opposed to where we dictate that it occur. I don't think there's any other situations where we dictate how many units need to be made residential.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but they look at how many units we've managed to provide, and then they come up with how many what your RENA numbers are. And so if they don't allow it,
I'd always understood it to be the opportunity.
No, that's what you're doing in your housing element update. You're providing the opportunity, right? But Janet, correct me if I'm wrong. When they assign these numbers, they look at these progress reports, and if a community is not making enough, if the community is not creating enough housing, long-term housing, they up your numbers.
No, the numbers are determined based upon the need in the Bay Area, and it's allocated amongst the different counties, and then it's allocated down to the different cities. And so it's a theoretical number based on need. But what those annual reports do is you report on your previous housing element and how you're meeting those goals that you set for yourself in your previous housing element. So, for example, Mimi's right in that it's how it's zoned. You don't create units. A town or city doesn't create units. We don't build housing. We don't create units. We provide the opportunity for the private sector to then build those units or to convert those units or whatever, create those units somehow. And then those annual progress reports detail or try to detail how we're meeting the goals set in the previous housing element.
That is true. However, if in a given year you create 200 ADU, JADUs, those are considered to be affordable and count towards our RENA numbers. If, on the other hand, you take 100 or 200 single-family homes that could conceivably be considered low to moderate income, unless they're mansions, and you turn them into short-term Airbnb, then you've lost 100 to 200 units in your count of housing units available.
I'm not sure that's accurate.
No, I don't think that's the way that works, because I can own a home. I can live there part of the time. I can also rent it out part of the time when I'm traveling. It could be a short-term rental. It can be on the books
different.
As a short-term rental,
different.
not the whole I don't, I think what you're talking about is I buy a home and I then make it a short-term rental constantly. Is that what you're saying? I never lived there. And it's just a short-term rental. I own it.
Yes.
Is that
Yes,
what you're
and
saying?
then we would lose that count of an available home.
No, I don't believe that's correct, Commissioner Chair Fregoso. The way I understand it to work is, and I really miss Commissioner Green. Janet, you and I are the only lawyers up here. It's too much pressure. But I had understood it to be that the zoning, the availability of the ability to build a certain number of housing units on one's property was what ultimately we are trying to do in order to reach our quote unquote RENA numbers. We're not trying to make sure that those units are built there. We're not trying to, dictate the type of residential structure that has to be there, but we are identifying
You're zoning them for building.
the parcels that are zoned for that many units.
And the density that we're allowing on that, in that particular zone.
And one of the things the council had told us to do, which I'm still struggling with, is look at the owner occupied limitation on who can do this. So the units that Mr. Egger was talking about, where you have maybe a multifamily units in the non-single family zoned areas of our town and elsewhere within the single family, all over, especially in the flats, these multi-unit buildings where the landowner may not live in the unit, right? And you may have 12 units and 3 of them are being used for Airbnb and the other 9 are being used for, residences, long-term residences. And I'm just trying to understand part of me wants to feel like, oh, if we allow the short-term rentals, we're shooting ourselves in the foot on the RENA numbers, but I don't think there's that connection, because I think if you look at those 12 units, that building, and let's say it's built out as much as possible, that would count towards 12 units, regardless of whether the landowner actually used them as short-term versus long-term.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the issues that I'm concerned about are, if we're limiting it to owner-occupied properties, then we're keeping these multi-family units that are not owner-occupied sort of in the underground, right? They're not necessarily going to come in. The company, I understand that, we would be hiring to help us keep track of all of the short-term rentals would theoretically be able to identify those in terms of an enforcement mechanism. But if we don't even allow them to pay the transit occupancy taxes because they're not in the right zone and they aren't owner occupied, I just feel like they will, I don't understand what's going to happen to them. So that's some of the questions I have. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Jansen about the parking issues that he mentioned. I agree with him about not putting this arbitrary date in there, but I disagree with him about the idea that, we would want to say no in terms of the RENA issues, because I don't think they're connected. And I do also agree that Fairfax is such a destination that we run the risk of losing out housing for the sake of short-term rentals. And that is, a concern that I definitely relate to. Except I'm not sure I know how we handle that. I think some of the things that Mr. Egger pointed out about the Picasso companies is interesting, and how we would limit, those situations if you care about, does the landowner live here? Is it just a homeowner who's trying to make some extra income versus is it a landlord who's got even more income than their rentals because they've got the short-term rental on top of that. So I guess that's a long way of saying I'm not 100% sure where I come out on these issues. I'll stop.
If I may just address Picasso for a minute, it's in litigation right now, St. Helena. And so we're waiting to see, we represent St. Helena too. And so we're waiting to see what happens there. I don't think anybody's actually doing anything with Picasso until they wait and see what the litigation situation is going to be. But, if for example, I own a home in Fairfax and I come in and I want to put an ADU in, and I put one in, I mean, that's going to increase the number of units that we have. We can report that a new unit was built, a new ADU was built, but I'm under no obligation to rent that. I could keep it as a guest house. And so it doesn't actually equate into housing, rental housing. There's a possibility for it, but it doesn't actually equate to it directly.
It will create an affordable rental unit
if the owner wants
much more readily than a multi-property owner timeshare would. We can be sure of that.
We're not addressing the multi-owner timeshare issue right now. And actually, Picasso doesn't fit the actual definition of timeshare. But we're not addressing that at all right now because we need to wait and see what happens with that litigation.
All right, let's continue with people's comments to council on how we feel about this. We've had Jensen. Mimi, were you done? We need to go with Swift and Kelly.
Yeah, I'm done. Thanks.
And Commissioner Jansen, did I forget to lower your hand or did you have another comment or question to add to the list?
Yeah, I had a follow-up, but I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
Commissioner Swift is next.
I'll go ahead. It's possible, I'm not sure, that 2020 date was a change, and Janet can possibly help on this, that ADUs, JADUs didn't have to have any kind of owner occupancy requirement on the property. And that could be why the date is there. I'm not sure. But when
you mean to adjust that really quickly?
Yeah.
Linda picked that date because that was the first ADU ordinance from the state. If you remember when they came down and it had to be done by January 1st of 2020, I believe. And so that was the first sort of statewide ADU ordinance that came down that dictated to local governments what you had to do with ADUs. But the owner occupancy provision is provision in there that we can't actually require owner occupancy until 2025. There's a sunset on there, but it's a short term sort of I think it's a kind of experiment to see what happens with it. But a lot of cities had a requirement that if you built an ADU, you had to live in the main house or you had to live in the ADU and rent out the main house. But we can't require that right now under the new regulations until 2025, January 2025, it expires, it sunsets.
Right. Okay. So, and again, going back to kind of the state regulations, they came out in 2017 on ADUs and JADUs. And so Fairfax has had that requirement for no short-term rentals since 2017. I have, and when you looked at, I think the PowerPoint that was done by the company At the January town council meeting, I think they identified, and I'm not sure if it was just during the holiday period. I think there was 75 short-term rentals that they identified in the town. And that would be short-term rentals within the 4 single family residential zones and probably elsewhere in zones that we're not looking at right now. Those short-term rentals were all the entire dwelling unit, which to me looked like ADUs potentially. But again, we've had the prohibition on renting ADUs and JADUs for less than 30 days since 2017. It's a requirement now by the state that you can't do it. The reason that we have ADUs that can be created by a building permit only is because of a housing shortage. So I don't want to see our ADUs and JADUs rented for less than 30 days and become, in essence, for a homeowner, a short-term rental. I think the other issues that we have are enforcement of any regulations we have. And I have concerns about the parking. I think for whatever we do with any kind of a short-term rental, zoning change or regulation, I think considering the safety of the neighborhoods and concerns about egress and ingress, that we don't want to be on the lenient side with parking requirements because that affects an entire neighborhood. So if we're going to do short-term rentals, then I think we would look at the primary dwelling on a property as what is allowable for a short-term rental. You know, the discussion at the town council meeting, I think one council member brought up the fact that some people want to do house exchanges. That can be done without a house being a short-term rental. I mean, people don't do house exchanges multiple times a year. I mean, that can be done outside of this process. I've seen things where people spend more of their time in Mexico and they still have their property here, and their property here is being rented out. So, you know, the concern that I have is also during that council meeting, we had a council member discussing a concern about housing and the fact that in apartment buildings, several of the apartments in an apartment building in town would be used as short-term rentals. I think our concern has to be our housing and not short-term rentals, unless it is, you know, a primary residence or a portion of a primary residence. I think there has to be that balance, and I would tip that balance on, you know, permanent housing, which again, when you look at ADUs and JADUs, is 30 days. So state regulations say you can't rent ADUs and JADUs for less than 30 days, i.e. short-term rentals. So you want to keep that for ideally for renting out for 30 days or more. And I want to err on safety within the neighborhoods. So those are my thoughts on that.
Commissioner Kelly has some thoughts.
Thank you. I have a few thoughts here. Three primary points, I guess. I agree strongly with something Commissioner Jansen said about the SB9 units, and I think that if there's a positive from those state mandates, it's that we're creating housing, right? We need housing. There's a housing shortage. And I think that this just has to not conflict with that positive message from the state. If we have new housing in town, it should not be short-term rentals if it's under those statutes. With regard to parking, it certainly feels to me that that potential burden on prospective or existing short-term renters is a problem with having people sort of come forward. I don't know if there's a possibility of having existing rental units be grandfathered in with regard to their parking. We saw a house tonight that was built with zero parking, and if it was if they needed to or wanted to rent out their lower floor, they wouldn't be able to. There's zero parking there, and I don't know if we should discriminate in that way. So I think that there could be something done there with grandfathering in or somehow acknowledging existing conditions that could help people come forward legally. And with regard to the nature of the town and what short-term rentals can do to the town, I know I've actually had some positive experiences. We live in a very small house, and we've used short-term rentals as guest houses in the past, not recently, but years ago. And I wouldn't be surprised if other folks, other of my neighbors do the same as an amenity for the folks who live here, just as one way to use short-term rentals. And I don't think that was a detriment to the town, but I think that if we suddenly had a huge population of short-term rentals in town, it could very possibly impact us greatly. And I don't know, is it as simple as, can we add a cap? Maybe can we add a cap per neighborhood, district, or zone within town to the maximum numbers? And also, I don't know if we've talked about this, but is there a cap per property? If one property in town happens to be a big house and have a guest house on the property, I think it'd probably be a detriment to the neighborhood to have all those as short-term rentals. So it seems like something we should address as well. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, I think
Commissioner
everyone
Jansen would like to review a topic.
go right ahead.
Yeah, most of the things have already said by other commissioners. So no, I was following that. So the only thing maybe that I do want to add to that, right? The essence to me is really two things. We do need housing, regardless of how all these numbers work. It is an effective thing we need to accomplish, and short-term rentals are they're in conflict with that. However you play it. But I mean, this doesn't mean that they're bad, but that's one thing. And then the second component is, right, when that started, it was unregulated. And that's where in some cities and areas, they exploded, and they were, from a zoning standpoint and a experience of the city, they were really had a negative impact. And so what that means is that regulation is necessary. We have to come up with a way to control it, because it's, just ignoring it, it's not going to go away. That we know that for sure. Thank you.
Okay, I will make my comments, and then Janet will have the pleasure of trying to put those together for council's meeting. Essentially, I'll just go down my list. Basically, I think that short-term rentals should only be allowed in a single-family home. For instance, I own my house or I rent my house, and I want to go on vacation for a month, and I'll have someone come in and rent my house so that I can afford to go on vacation, or I'll swap with wherever I'm going. If I want to go to Europe, I'll swap my house for someone in Europe. I think also someone with a large home, a single person or an elderly couple with 3 or 4 bedrooms, why not have them rent a bedroom in their house? That's completely legal. It could be short term, it could be long term. It's a great way to provide affordable housing for someone, just to rent a room. And it could also be assistance for a senior person to have someone renting there, helping them. The same with a family who's built a nice big house, someone who's just spent $200,000 to put in a parking space on Forest. They have an extra bedroom. They might want to rent it for a year or 2 to offset their costs. I have no problem with that. I am not supportive of creating short-term rental opportunities out of existing rental housing that can be considered to be affordable. We have such a huge need for housing, particularly affordable housing. I really believe the town should be talking about a no net loss of housing policy rather than encouraging short-term rentals. I don't believe that the revenue that the town could generate from short-term rentals would offset the costs of enforcement, let alone really be an enhancement to our neighborhoods and our town and our community. I would like to see that the town facilitate those people who have illegal second units to try to bring them in to be a legal ADU. I would not want to see our ADUs and JADUs turned into short-term rentals. I agree that we should stand by the SB 9 policy now not to do short-term rentals of ADUs and JADUs. I also agree with some of the neighborhood safety concerns about creating more traffic, more road on streets, more traffic on streets like Forest. I don't have a problem with an individual home, little houses on a small lot. They don't have parking. They only have parking on the street. I agree that the town has grandfathered in housing with no parking. I think if they've been grandfathered in, that's fine. They can be grandfathered in. If I own a house, I have to park on the street wherever I can find a space, and I'd like to go away and rent out my house. I can understand helping people with their rent, helping elder people, helping families. to help bring in more rent, but not by creating short-term rentals exclusively. And I think that summarizes most of my concerns and comments. Does that, Linda and Janet, does that give you the basic information you need to get back to council?
We do, but we need a vote on the resolution that's before you.
And the resolution, what is it that we're voting on exactly? Incorporating.
Recommending the ordinance to council.
Sorry,
Recommending the
could I
ordinance
just
as it
interrupt
is?
and ask one question? I'm sorry. Could I just ask for one? Could I get it? So I just want to make sure I understand how many of you are very adamant that you do not want ADUs and JADUs to be short-term rentals. I heard that from Norma, I heard it from Cindy, and I heard it, I thought, from Mimi, but I didn't hear it from Robert. And did I hear
Robert and Kelly said the same thing.
Okay, good. All right, so you were unanimous on that.
Did not hear that from me.
Okay.
It's not what I said.
Okay.
I don't think that the
I
town
took
council
notes, but I want to make sure that that was the one thing that I.
Linda, Commissioner Kelly has his hand.
Okay.
Yeah, I also did not say that.
Okay, so Newton and Kelly, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just to complete it, I think it is very difficult to do it in a way that it will not have an adverse effect. So I certainly lean to don't do that.
Okay, great.
It's
Thank
not
you.
on principle, but it's going to be so difficult because I don't know how you regulate that.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure I got the breakdown on that correctly.
Though Commissioner Kelly, you did say you do not want to conflict with the SB 9 prohibitions on ADUs and JADUs being short term. Did you not? Did I get that wrong?
I did say that, but I was talking about new construction. I'm sorry, I should have been more specific.
For new ADUs and JADUs.
Right.
Okay. That's where I misunderstood. Okay, thank you.
All right, sorry to interrupt. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Now, Janet, can you please summarize? We are voting to recommend this ordinance as it is, or to not, is it a yay or nay on the ordinance attachment A? Is that what we're talking about?
It's qualified. So you're recommending that they adopt or introduce and adopt the ordinance that's attached, but you have concerns. And the concerns include the following. And so they will all be listed out with the concerns and how many commissioners have those concerns. And so it gives a recommendation to the council, and it provides more than just an up or down, yes or no. It provides reasoning. It provides, some of the thoughts that you've had, original new thoughts, and that maybe they haven't thought of.
However, if we say yes, we recommend the ordinance, then we're saying, yes, we recommend you do a short-term rental ordinance.
Yes. Yes. And it is you either say, yes, we recommend you have a short-term rental ordinance, or no, we don't think you should allow this at all. We don't want this kind of ordinance. Understanding that it is happening now. And this is a way of trying to capture and regulate what's already happening now. But you can certainly say, no, you don't recommend that they introduce and adopt the ordinance. And your concerns are the following. Or you can say, yes, we understand that you want this and that you sent this down to us for our feedback. And so we're giving you a feedback that you can do this short-term rental ordinance, but understand we have the following concerns, and perhaps you may wish to look at revising in light of some of the concerns that we have.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay.
With that, now, do you want a formal vote, or do you want?
You have to vote reso. Yes, you do have to have a formal vote on the reso.
Do we have?
Chair Fregoso, can
Yes,
I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
There were a couple typos that I saw in the reso, and I just wanted to bring them to Linda's attention and talk about some of the issues that we're talking about. Maybe as I go through these, we can get some feedback from all of us. In the reso that we would be issuing, our resolution, which is 2022-05.
Attachment A.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we've got the word chapters referenced numerous times, and we only need it once before 17008. We've got the word amending instead of amending.
Is that in the title also? Yes.
It's in the title, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
In the fourth whereas clause, 2, 3, 4, we're missing the word the before widest population. Widest
I'm sorry, where
population.
was that, Mimi?
The fourth whereas clause, we're missing the word the, very important, the widest population base. And in the fifth whereas clause, I didn't quite understand what was being said in that. So I was hoping you could clarify that. The zone change, making short-term rentals a permitted use, will be adopted concurrent with the short-term rental business permit program regulating the operation of short-term rentals in Fairfax has been adopted. So it seems like it's two sentences that were stuck together or something.
Okay, yeah, we're just trying to let people know that this ordinance making them permitted is not going to go forward if the council decides not to make short-term rentals legal.
All right, so the will be is correct. The has been is a has been. And we can cross that. All right. And then some of the same issues come up, and they're so minor in the ordinance XXX. But I guess I was going to ask you, the rest of the commission, about some of the issues about the time frame that staff has recommended, which is the 30 days, which was apparently a common time frame. I'm fine with the 30 days, or is anybody got other thoughts about the time frame for the unit rentals?
Isn't that kind of a legal standard, Janet, in rentals? TOT kicks in after 30 days?
It kicks in before
30 days.
Before the 30 days, that's right.
I thought that the 30 days, and when we talked in relation to ADUs and JADUs, which are not permitted to be rented for less than 30 days, I thought 30 days was key for like month-to-month rentals. So that's where the 30 days comes in, and why ADUs and JADUs are prohibited from being rented for less than 30 days.
Right.
So it was that month-to-month piece.
Can't we say short-term versus long-term to clarify that? But that is kind of a term used in the industry.
Yeah,
it's in the definition of short-term rental is where you come across that 30 consecutive days, which is I'm now on attachment B on the first page.
And the reason you have the 30 days is because in TOT land, that's transient occupancy tax. And when you go over 30 days, then you get into the whole body of laws about actual rentals, month-to-month rentals, et cetera. Right. And so anything less than that is considered transient. And anything longer than 30, then you get into the whole body of law about evictions and rent
Right.
control and everything else. And so you stay short of 30 days and you stay in the short-term rental, non-permanent, I'm doing air quotes around it, non-permanent rental type of thing, which would be the month-to-month rentals, where somebody actually lives there.
So this should say to, I think Mimi's question, it should be less than 30 days stated, not 30 days.
It should be 30 days or less, I believe, at least the cutoff. Less than 30 days.
It does say 30 days or less.
Yeah.
So shouldn't it be less than 30?
It says 30
It's the
days or
31st
less.
day, it's the 31st day that kicks you over. It's that one
And
day.
Yeah, so I'm fine with the way that's written, and I'm going to go through all the different subject areas. So I don't know if Commissioner Jansen wants to jump in before I keep going.
Yeah, I'm unclear what we're doing here. So I hope that somebody can clarify that for me. It sounds to me that we want to have a resolution whether or not to regulate. But then how we're going to regulate is not determined, and we're not going to say it's one way or the other. That is still a work in progress. Is that correct? The resolution, what is it?
Except we do have our
2022-05?
comments.
I had understood that we were being asked to make recommendations. We don't necessarily have complete consensus on all the different elements of what we're looking at, but we have a straw man, if you will, of a resolution that the town council could look at and make their decisions about based on what staff and the town attorney take to the town council as sort of the discussion and who was recommending what positions. So I was just trying to kind of run through them and get a little bit better idea as we had on the issue about the ADU, JDU, and who was for it and against it. I was starting out with this concept of the 30 days, right? Because that was one of the things that Linda had mentioned.
Excuse me for interrupting. No, that is the confusing part. The resolution does not contain any of those conditions. The resolution is simple referring to an ordinance and a set of regulations that is not yet in existence. That's where I'm confused.
Okay.
So I was thinking that, I mean, staff has heard our comments and our concerns, or what we like, don't like. And we have a resolution in front of us as written. My thoughts were, as we've done this with other topics, that we would vote on the resolution as it's written and before us. And then if it's a yes vote, then that means that we're recommending the ordinance as it is for the town. If it's comes out that we don't support our resolution as written, then the town council is still going to get the comments and concerns behind that from the planning commission, and then they can do with that what they will.
Yeah.
Either change it or send it back to us with differences in it, whatever. But I think to make it clear that we would just take the resolution, the proposed planning commission resolution that's before us, and vote on that. And then however that vote goes to the town council with any issues, concerns, comments that we have.
Correct.
Is that correct? All right.
That's correct. And I just want to say one thing to maybe put this in a bigger context. There are two pieces of this whole scheme here. And one of them is land use related. And that's where we get the planning commission coming into play, because state law requires that on a zoning code change, you get your input from your planning commission. You can have a positive recommendation, you can have a negative recommendation, but that ordinance is the land use component of this. The other component that has nothing to do with the planning commission, it's not a land use component at all. It's a regulatory business permit component. And that's something that only goes to the town council. That's something only the town council looks at. And it's another ordinance, but it's something that they do. And so what they're looking for from the planning commission is the land use ordinance, the actual land use aspects of it, of the whole scheme.
So within the ordinance, the town council ordinance, one of the things that comes under the land use and the Title 17 is, for example, the definition of a short-term rental.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that is ours, if you will, with land use separate from, so this is similar to cannabis that came before us.
Yes.
So separate from any business regulations or processes, that would be Title V, that the town council would address as to how this program would work.
Right.
Or not work, that we're looking at the land use. So part of that, and an essential piece of that on here, is the definition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But Janet, excuse me, if I may, the attachment A resolution, the planning commission would vote on tonight, also recommends that the town council adopt the attached ordinance XXX.
Right. That's the zoning code changes. And that's the land use aspect of this whole thing. That ordinance.
The XXX.
Yeah, that ordinance of, yes.
Yeah, and I think what we're hearing you say is you all have concerns about the way it's written. So you can vote, you can vote against the resolution and your concerns are going to go forward. So they're going to see that you're not happy with it the way it is. And these are the reasons why.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going back. I started, I think, this, and so I still don't have an answer to my question. So let me phrase it this way. I would be in favor that we have a regulation of the short-term units, but not this one. And if I read what it actually says on paper here, the resolution itself does not contain any of the things we discussed. There are drafts and there is a staff report, but there is no actually body of language that shows the modified zoning laws as is indicated. So in my mind, we can vote that yes, there should be the short-term rental should be regulated in the town, or they shouldn't. That's good. But then what that regulation is not embodied in this resolution, because there are drafts.
In the ordinance.
Attachment B. If you look at attachment B, at the bottom, this is page 7.
Yeah, that's the ordinance XXX. That's the draft ordinance. So that is not the language. And that is the
language. If you go down below, though, if you go on the first page, it says Section 1, Fairfax Town Code, zoning. They're going to amend the definition. That isn't what you're looking for. That's the language to amend the definition.
Yes, but what the amendment is not defined.
It
only points to the articles that are going to modify.
Rental. That's right, but your comments are going to go forward showing them why you wouldn't vote for it.
Like if
it's going to be clear that you're all in favor of it. I don't hear anyone saying they're not in favor of it at all. Right?
So that's like, is it a new definition? Does it just appears? It's not crossing anything out. It's a new definition for that section, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there, it's a new definition. It's being proposed. If we like that definition, they won't change it as they bring it forward to the town council to review. Am I missing something, Commissioner Jansen?
I think what Commissioner Jansen may be concerned about, and please tell me if I'm wrong here, is that you don't see in the resolution the comments that have been made here tonight. But the way the resolution gets adopted or not, you either vote for it or against it, is that it is the Planning Commission recommends the council introduce and adopt an ordinance in short-term rentals substantially in the form as attached, with the exception of the following concerns. Some commissioners had this concern, some commissioners had this concern, and we run through and we list the different concerns, things that the commission thinks are missing, need to be added, do not like this, whatever.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so the resolution, the motion to either adopt the resolution or not will say, as augmented by the comments made at the Planning Commission hearing.
But
And
it's,
so those will
it's
all
a document.
go with that
It's a
resolution.
document in draft shape. How can we adopt a resolution when the text is not melted yet together?
We do that all the time. We say adopt resolution with as augmented or as modified by the comments contained at the Planning Commission hearing. And so then the transcript of this hearing and perhaps a summary of it done by staff will go along with that resolution. You can vote to augment that resolution. Because we can take multiple meetings trying to wordsmith a resolution. But I think the better thing to do is to take a resolution and have the motion, the vote include everything that was said here tonight.
Okay, so here's then here's the idea that I initially had. I thought and maybe it's a good idea, maybe not. I'm just throwing it out. I thought that the resolution would indicate that yes, we want this regulated for these and these and these reasons, and we think we're going to do it there and there and there, and that's a yes or a no. And then what that exactly is comes again for review, because apparently there are different opinions, and I don't think we have discussed it for so long that we're all saying the exact same thing. So it's bifurcated. But what I understand that's not true. You want to do it all together. We're saying yes or no, and then it's this language, and then somehow that will all merge to become one, and that will then become effective.
It'll go to the council as the statement of the Planning Commission.
Right. Yes.
And so here's the rub here, I think. The council has taken this item up first, and they have looked at it and they have said, we want this in generally this framework.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, we know we need to hear from the Planning Commission on the zoning code amendments. So staff, indicate in the zoning code where we have to change things to do what we want here with the short-term rentals. Send that to the Planning Commission, get their feedback on it, and give it back to us, because state law requires that they get that feedback from the Planning Commission on a zoning code, on the land use part of it.
Okay.
And so that's really what they're doing. I don't see that they want the same thing that would happen if you, for example, had a new idea that came to the commission first, didn't come to the council didn't know anything about it, and you wanted to make some changes to the zoning code, and then you would wordsmith exactly what you were talking about and what you wanted, and that would go on up to the council in that format. Here, we've already had council say, we want this, and we want it kind of like this. See what you think about this, Planning Commission. Do you like it? Do you not? Tell us what you think. And you tell them what you think, and you send it back to them. And then they may or may not make changes to it as they see fit. And then they'll move on from there to do the business.
Janet, but that approach is different than what I recall from the cannabis issue. The cannabis issue we drafted.
We took 20 some odd hearings.
Right.
Right. And I think the thought is not to spend that kind of time on this topic at all.
And that's fine. But I think my thought is that the council is going to get our input on what we like, what we didn't like, what our concerns were from this meeting, that what we have before us is a resolution that says, you know, you recommend approval for this town council ordinance. So to me, it's either a, and maybe what is easiest is it's either a yes or no, an up or down vote on the resolution as it's written, recommending the ordinance as it's written. And then however that vote comes out goes forward to the town council with all the other comments that we've made during the meeting. And then it's on their plate to address that. I think that's easier and simpler than trying to recraft things within the resolution that's before
I
us.
agree.
So that, you know, and also just the thought that since we're recommending changes to Title 17, that for an approval for this would be 5 votes, correct? Just like cannabis.
Right.
It's not just a simple majority. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Are you ready to make that motion?
So if you vote no, the comments are going to go forward and the council's going to understand that you're supportive of the short-term rental, but you want the ordinance changed. You're not supportive of the ordinance as it has been presented to you. And they're going to know it needs work.
And you can structure it like that, or you can say approval with the following modifications, the following concerns being listed. So conditional approval. It doesn't have.
If I might, Chair Fregoso, I don't know if Commissioner Kelly or who had their hand up first, but I have been trying to advance this along, and I hear what Commissioner Swift has been saying, but regardless of whether we vote on a resolution that we tinker with to give further guidance to the town council, before we take an up or down vote on a resolution, I was trying to understand where we all came out as a body on some of the specific issues. I didn't hear anybody have a concern with the idea that we have a 30 days or less definition of short-term rental, you know, in which overnight accommodations are provided to guests for compensation that is rented for 30 consecutive days or less. That was one of the issues that I heard, Linda ask us about when she first gave us this staff report. She also talked about the parking, and I think we're a little bit all over the place. So I just wanted to get a little clarity from us about where we are on the parking. I think we're pretty.
I'm sorry. Can we go back to the 30 days?
Well, can I at least finish my thought?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Before we go back to that. So if I could just walk us through some of the bigger ticket items and see where we come out as a body. And then we can decide whether we want to do an up or down vote on the resolution as drafted, because my thought is we may all vote no for different reasons about different things. And the council won't really have the benefit of understanding a no vote like that, or if it doesn't pass. So I'm just hoping we can express ourselves a little bit. And I just want to make sure that Commissioner Kelly also has an opportunity to speak before I do that little run through, if the chair will.
Great idea, Commissioner Newton.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Newton. I actually just had one question for Janet, I think, and then I think I can summarize my thoughts very quickly that might lead us off in a verbal straw poll. I don't know. Janet, would it be a land use issue item for us to recommend maximum numbers of short-term rentals per zone, district, or neighborhood? Is that a land use issue or is that a regulatory issue?
That's something that I've never seen done. And I quite frankly don't know how we would implement that. I don't know. I mean, are you talking about in any 1 week? Are you talking about
licensing?
Huh?
I think licensing. I think it's a licensing issue for the business, right? For the business of renting your unit, we would put a cap at maybe 100 per the town or 10 per a neighborhood or something like that. It seems like because you could look at it with a fine-tooth comb and how it could influence the town and the neighborhood, it could be divided by district and be an effective sort of regulation just by the numbers.
Well, that's an interesting idea. I have not seen that done before, but that's something that we can certainly express to the council and see if, because I think if you're talking about limiting the number of permits, for example, that goes into the business permit ordinance. And that sounds something like maybe what we did with cannabis, right? We have 2 or however many. Yeah. And so how we would divide that up, I don't think would be by zone, but I think it might be by district or area, part of town, that sort of thing, maybe. But we can certainly put that forward to the council and see if that's something that they would like to do. Especially if
I guess the question is it something that is in our purview to sort of recommend or discuss in this body?
In that it relates to conditions on the ground as far as the neighborhoods are concerned. It's as much a part of the land use framework, I think, as parking, because it talks about sort of carrying capacity and how many can actually be sustained in a particular area, right?
But Janet, that wouldn't be anything that would go into a land use code. That would just be a recommendation from a business standpoint, as opposed to other communities have within their land use, I believe, have limits on, I think I've seen this in maybe Christmas Hill area, have limits, I believe, on the number of ADUs. That would be more a land use than this would be maybe a regulatory business.
Right. We would be approaching, I think, the same, trying to get to the same place through different means. But I do think what Commissioner Kelly is talking about is something that if we were to implement something like that, it would be better placed in the business, in the permit section.
Okay. Then I'd like to jump ahead and say that I am in favor of creating a regulation for short-term rentals and in favor of the resolution. I have to say, though, that I am not in favor of the way that parking has been explained within the example ordinance. I believe that it should be essentially mirroring our building code and planning code with regard to parking, not additional units, etc. And I also do think that somehow we should recommend that there be a cap, and more specifically caps per neighborhood, district, or zone for short-term rentals.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know, that sounds really good. I think we could all just run through our preferences like that before we go ahead. I'm sorry if I'm...
Mimi, I thought we had all run through our preferences. Were you suggesting that we go through ordinance XXX and start with the short-term rentals, and then on page 2 there's parking, JDUs, ADUs, preferential spaces, blah, 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 that we go through those specific points in the ordinance to say yay or nay?
I was going to recommend we go through the big ticket questions that I heard Linda ask us about, and they were, the time frames, the 30 days or less, the parking questions. I didn't hear her talk about the owner occupied status. I didn't really hear her talk about whether JADUs and ADUs should be permitted. I didn't hear her talk about whether or not the date, the January 2020 date, was appropriate. But I heard us talk about all those things. So I was going to hit time frame, parking, owner occupied, JADUs. I mean, I guess I could also hit this question of, limiting the number of licenses somehow. And then what was the other thing? The January date. January 2020. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Brett kind of went through them in serial order, and we could do it that way as well. We could sort of follow Brett's lead and each kind of run down where we are on those things. Like, I'm cool with the 30 days or less. I agree with what Brett said about the parking following the code. I'm ambivalent. I'm on the fence about the owner occupation question. I'm okay with the JADUs and ADUs being included. I don't viscerally, react negatively to the idea that you would limit the number in a particular district all over town. But I'd have to think about that one a little bit more. And then I don't like the January 2020 cutoff date for many of the reasons that Commissioner Jansen expressed earlier. And I'll stop if somebody else wants to run through their list.
I'll go ahead. And you may have to remind me of all of those. Some of those hit just the definition in here of short-term rentals. So again, my concern is JADUs, ADUs can't be rented for less than 30 days. And that goes back to 2017. So I would not have ADUs and JADUs as a part of this program. Primary dwellings, a single family home would be okay. Owner occupancy, I would be in favor of, because that is something then that is also a protection for the neighborhood. I don't want somebody that doesn't own a home and is on the property having a short-term rental. And the single family zones are fine. Parking, I disagree with some of the commissioners who said we would go with the parking as it is now for the parcel, because what we're doing on this parcel is bringing in more people to it. So, and those people are going to come there by car. So looking at neighborhoods, if you go down Porteous, there's no on-street parking. The parking on Porteous right now is on what you would call the sidewalks. So that creates a whole safety concern with that neighborhood. So I would want to see additional parking so that bringing in short-term rentals and in their cars, for the most part, whether they're rented cars or whatever, doesn't become a burden on the neighborhood. Did I miss any of those, Mimi, that you went over?
I think you were in favor of the January 2020 date.
No, because I think the January 2020 date is a date that, as staff is saying, that they think that's the first time that ADUs and JDUs were regulated. And the regulations, we've gone back to 2017. So I'm not in favor of that date as well.
If I
Yes.
may, that Linda said that she picked that date because that was the date when the state first came out with their statewide regulations. Not that Fairfax didn't have any regulations.
Right. And I think she also got that from the staff report that was done for the town council meeting, if I'm correct, which had that date in there. But that, if you go back and look, we had regulations in 2017 based on the state legislation that addressed ADUs and JADUs. And that's why the planning commission at that time took it up.
Yes, but what she's talking about is that new statewide, the new bill that came out that said everybody, whether you adopt this or not, this is going into effect for all of you, everybody statewide. Remember that when we first had to come and explain how we did that? We had to do it urgency with the council. We've since had an update because they've changed state law. So we just did an update for this year that was 2022. That's coming back to you again, to the commission here shortly. But the first time that we had this sort of draconian one size fits all statewide, here are the regs, whether you adopt them or not, they apply to you. The first time we had that happen was January of 2020.
But we had in 2017, we had the state regulations come out. And I remember at the Planning Commission, staff gave us chart. And I think it was staff attorney that had a chart that said, these are the mandatory requirements. These are the few things that you still had the opportunity to make.
So these are supposed to be like a bullet list, like a quick bullet list.
So I'm not in favor of the 2020 date.
Okay.
All right. That's all you have to say.
Am I next?
Please go for it.
Okay. I'm in favor that it's regulated because these are here to stay, the short-term rentals. They should be implemented for entire houses, parts of houses, but not for ADUs or JDUs, because that is potentially in conflict with existing laws and likely with coming laws. And it's also in conflict with the housing element you're trying to achieve that might have unintended consequences. The date, I believe, is the wrong mechanism to control abuse. I think the date is, you would allow a January revenue generating opportunity to hold existing partially compliant things and a implemented one that is fully could not. That is, to me, incomprehensible. That's not the right way to regulate it. The parking should follow the existing zoning laws. It doesn't matter to me where the people come from. It's the same space. Let's see, where else are we? I think those are the main important points.
License limiting the number of licenses.
That is a good idea. I think it might be difficult. I'm not so entirely, I'm concerned about if it goes wrong, but I think by regulating it, that chance is significantly smaller. If there's an elegant way to do it, I would certainly be in favor, but you could also run it for 10 years and see what happens.
Okay, so Commissioner Swift has done her list. Commissioner Kelly, did you do your list? I believe so. Commissioner Jensen. Commissioner Newton, do you want to run through your 6-7 points there, yays or nays?
I did that already. I think it's you guys.
Okay, I will go. I say yes, we should somehow regulate them, not necessarily with this exact language. I do agree that 30 days or less is correct. I agree that the parking requirements should be our standard parking requirements. And I also agree with the section in XXX that says preferential parking spaces and those located in the right of way may not be used to meet the parking requirements. I do not think ADUs and JADUs, whenever they were constructed, should be short term. I don't think the dates, I don't think hanging our hat on a particular date is necessarily helpful. I do think we could consider limiting the number of licenses. And I also think it should be limited to a primary single family residence. And I believe that covers all the angles. And so, Mimi, were you ready to make a motion?
Wait. Can you guys did you all weigh in on how you felt about an owner occupancy, or did I miss it?
Oh, I said it should be a owner occupancy, single family type home.
I don't know if I heard that. Okay, I heard that from Swift and I heard it from
Jensen, I believe, said that.
No, but I do agree.
Okay.
I'm not sure Brett came out on that one. I came out where I'm not strongly in favor of it. How's that? I'm lukewarm about that one.
Okay.
And I'll go the opposite way. I disagree.
So no on the owner occupancy.
Right.
Okay.
Did you, do you need us to weigh in on what zones? Or no?
All single family zones.
Linda, do you need us to weigh in on that one as well?
Well, I didn't hear any of you express concern about one over the other, so I wouldn't go there. I mean, unless one of you suddenly wants to bring up that there's a single family zone you don't think it should be allowed in.
Well, let me just extrapolate on what I was imagining when I was bringing it up. And I think that all zones could actually be considered differently. I think, the central commercial zone could handle a higher percentage than, say, Manor Hill, or that it's a very tight, windy road residential zone could handle a much higher percentage. So that would, so I actually think the different zones should have different percentages of permits allowed. But it doesn't sound like to me that that's in our purview. It's just a recommendation.
So
okay, so we're letting the zoning thing go.
No. So I think the question is, do you want it limited to single family zones that are in the staff report? Do you agree with that or don't agree with that?
So I'll say that I disagree.
I disagree.
So you think it should be allowed in commercial zones and anywhere? I'm just clarifying. Okay.
I will go with the single family zones that are identified in the staff report.
I concur with that. Single family zone only. Yeah, you're gonna have all flavors here.
Yeah. Here's a planning commission that can't agree.
Okay, and
good luck, town council.
Okay, now let's make sure we get everyone. So Norma, where do you stand on the anywhere versus the single family residential zones?
Single family.
Okay.
It's a complicated topic. We could discuss this for many evenings.
I missing somebody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I've got you all. Okay. All right. Thank
Do
you.
we now need a motion on the reso?
I think so.
We will need a vote on that reso.
I'll move to disapprove the reso.
You'll move to disapprove it
Yeah.
after all that?
No,
And-
that's good.
And I will second.
Okay, that was Brett. Was that Brett? That seconded?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
All right, I will call the roll.
Now, wait a minute.
If I may,
Do we need a resolution disapproving it? Or should we just vote on the one we've got?
Just
We
vote on
just
the
vote on what we got.
Okay, before I
Well,
do that,
somebody's going to have to move to approve it, and it's not going to be me.
okay, well,
Well, we already
We
have a motion and a
on the
second,
floor.
so
Excuse
now we have to
me.
vote.
We have
Now-
a motion on the floor not to approve the resolution. A motion by Newton, a second by Jensen, was it, or Kelly? Please
Kelly.
take the roll.
Okay.
The motion is we
Wait a
do
minute,
not
wait a minute.
approve
Wait.
it.
Janet's trying to say something.
we want to say the motion is to not, to disapprove the resolution, whatever, to not recommend the ordinance, accompanied by all the comments that happened at this meeting with the feedback and the comments. We want to make sure that that's part of what goes to council.
Yeah, all right. I will move to disapprove the reso, and just to make it easy on staff, include the minutes of tonight's commission meeting relating to this issue with our resolution disapproving our resolution.
With our comments,
Yeah, the comments concern.
with the comments on the specific items of the resolution.
With the minutes, because
With-
those
and
include the comments. I don't want to make staff
Exactly.
have to rewrite all of our comments.
Well, I think
the
we're going
minutes
to
are
want
gonna-
to anyway.
Yeah.
they're gonna do it.
Have to make it simple for them to see, because I don't see reading through all of the minutes and trying to figure out whatever,
Right, they'll summarize them.
We're gonna summarize it for them,
Okay, are we ready?
So just to
Roll
be
call,
clear,
please.
is this a resolution to disapprove the resolution?
No, the motion is to deny the resolution with the comments going forward from tonight's meeting by the commissioners to accompany this resolution. That the motion is to deny.
and it's a negative recommendation on the ordinance. Is what it is.
But that doesn't add up.
As written. Yeah.
Oh, as
Right.
written. Okay.
As
As
written,
written,
you're denying-
yes, as written.
Yes, and your comments are attached explaining why you don't like the ordinance.
How you would change it.
Right.
In the
We all
multi,
said we want the regulation.
all the different ways in which each of us individually recommends it be rewritten.
So I'm sorry, I'm confused because normally we've done this where we've just voted yes or no on what's provided to us and comments would go forward. So in the case of this, as it is written, I would vote potentially no. And the comments would go forward to town council.
But you'd have to have
That's exactly right.
to approve it in order to vote no. So unless there's one of us and a second that will move to approve, I thought I would frame it in such a way that your no vote is actually going to be a yes vote, because I am going to recommend and move that we not approve this as written. So I'm sorry, I'm messing with you, but unless you and somebody else want to move to approve this as written and then have us all go no, I'm doing it the other way. So if you don't like this as written, vote yes.
We have a motion on the floor. We need a vote.
Okay, I have
Roll
a,
call,
Seconded again.
please.
okay. Jansen,
Yes.
Now you guys have me confused. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, Jansen, Kelly,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
Swift.
I vote yes to not approve this. Is that to not approve
That's
the
correct.
resolution?
That's right. Yes. Okay. And then Chair Fregoso.
That's a yes on the no
Okay.
with comments.
Poor Janet.
Okay, I got it.
I'm
We
glad
were
you're enjoying it,
unanimous.
Linda.
It's unanimous.
It's
I love that.
unanimous. Good job, you guys.
That's the first unanimous vote we've had in a long time. No, actually, we did 2 of them today.
Yeah.
Okay, that was fun.
Oh, geez. Okay.
That was, can't wait to see. So this is coming back to us, or probably
No.
council won't bother to send it back to us after this? And can you blame them? Okay, how about we we go ahead with the minutes and maybe wrap this up? Can we get out before midnight? What time is it?
11:10.
All right, because my eyes are bothering me.
So are mine.
Let's take, I'm sure. Let's take a look at the minutes. I'm sure people have comments and corrections. Should be followed by the words for accessory structures on page 4.
I have a comment on the last page of the minutes. Principal Planner Neal is referred to as Principal Planner Neat.
Oh. How did I miss that? Okay.
I have one comment too. On page 5, the 3rd paragraph from the bottom, first bullet point, it says, SB9 allows a relatively large building on a small lot. I think, I'm not exactly sure what it exactly said, but this is about that it's spread out, so it should be, does not, or allows a relatively large building horizontally spread out on a small lot. That was the whole pancake versus not.
Commissioner Jansen, isn't this where you talked about the fact that if there are 2 units, the smaller one was supposed to be less in height than the larger one, and you were saying there was the smaller unit could have perhaps more height so that you don't fill the entire lot.
Correct. Yeah. The regulation was so that it would stimulate or force you to spread out all the way into the backyard.
Instead of saving some open space and going
Yeah,
up a little bit more. I remember that because I agreed with that.
That exactly, I don't know, but if we add the horizontally spread out, it conveys the message.
Yeah. Allowing more open space, I believe, was the intent.
That would be the second bullet point. Yeah, I was keeping it simple.
Right. Uh,
if there are no other corrections, I'll move to approve the February 24th, 2022 minutes with those corrections.
okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Newton first, Commissioner Swift second on the minutes of February 24th. Roll call, please.
Jansen,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Newton,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Fregoso.
Aye. And that concludes our Planning Commission meeting for this evening.
Did anyone have commissioner comments as part of the agenda?
Do you?
No, but I thought I'd finish out the agenda items.
I have a comment / request. I just would like more information about our next in-person. Are we having in-person planning commission? Are we having a quasi in-person, quasi Zoom? What's going on?
So the council, commissions and committees follow the council lead, and the council is planning for the April meeting to be a hybrid meeting where council and staff will be in the chambers and the public will be on Zoom. And there is an item that will be on that agenda for what happens in May. And so May, if it goes to in-person at the council, then after that May council meeting, which is, I think it is May 4th, at that point, the council would not be approving the AB 361 resolution anymore. And so everybody would go back to in person. And so that decision will be made at the April council meeting.
So there won't be hybrid meetings?
There probably will
Potentially.
not be hybrid meetings because that is a difficult technological thing to pull off. And it is potentially possible, in fact, it's going to happen for the council in April once. That's kind of a stepping stone, but I don't believe the town has the ability to do hybrid meetings for commissions and committees.
But will the public be able to participate remotely? Not the
Remote
commission.
April at the council meeting, but when everybody goes back to being in person, then it's all in person again. And so the council conceive of, I don't know, they haven't voted on it yet, but
Right.
they may go back to being in person for the May meeting. And so I would expect that the April meeting of the Planning Commission will still be a Zoom meeting. But May, I don't believe.
Or should we do the same as the council does?
Yeah.
That where we meet in person, but the public is still on Zoom.
Oh, hybrid. What I have been told, and I don't know the details of it, but I've been told that the town doesn't have the ability, technological ability, to have hybrid meetings for all the commissions and committees. So I can certainly find out and we can let you know, because I know that hybrid is going to be one meeting only for the council in April, and then they are going to vote on that AB 361 resolution, and potentially we'll go back to in-person in May.
But if they do it once, how can it be then technologically not possible? Because they're doing it.
It's not town staff doing it. It's the Marin, what is it?
Community Media Center of Marin.
But yeah, Media Center.
I see. Okay, understood.
and maybe Tamala has more information about this than I do, but and maybe it's not the planning commission, maybe it's just all the other boards, commissions, and committees. So I'll need to get some more information about that and let you know. But I have been told that the town does not have the ability to do hybrid for all commissions, committees, and boards. And that once the council decides to go back in person, then they won't approve an AB 361 resolution anymore. Excuse me. And everybody will be back in person.
And then the other follow-up question to that is, does anyone know what the status of the current vacancies on the planning commission are? Have there been any applications? Is there any?
I understand there have been, there's more than one application.
All right, so theoretically, the town council could be interviewing applicants to fill the vacant seats on the planning commission in April or May.
Yes, I don't have more information about that, but yes, I know there are at least two. I think there are two more. There's more than one application in.
Thanks, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Can we adjourn this meeting?
Please.
Do we need a motion?
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Well, second.
Shall I call the roll?
No, all those in favor,
Aye.
raise your hand or say aye.
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 All right, bye.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Aye. Thank you, staff, so
See you guys.
much. The conditions you work under are incredible, and you're doing a remarkable job. Thank you very much. Take care.
you.